The ocean is a mysterious kingdom, a vast and unexplored world where strange and otherworldly creatures lurk beneath the surface, unseen by human eyes. But among the countless creatures that have been cataloged by science, there are others that defy all explanation, so strange and elusive that they have aroused speculation, fear, and fascination. One of the most disturbing enigmas of the deep comes from the icy waters around Antarctica. The Ningon, a creature described as a giant, pale, humanoid being, has become the protagonist in some of the most chilling maritime legends of recent history. It is said to be enormous, between 6 and 30 meters long, with a smooth, almost featureless body, white in color, blending in with the icy waters. Some reports claim it has a human face with eyes and mouth, while others describe it with long, grotesque limbs resembling arms or fins, and sometimes even legs that allow it to move disturbingly through the depths. The story of the Ningon emerged in the early 2000s, when reports began circulating on Japanese internet forums. The testimonies came from anonymous sources, many of them supposedly crew members on Japanese research ships and whalers who ventured into the icy waters of the Southern Ocean. According to these reports, the Ningon was first sighted during routine expeditions, usually at night, when the ocean was dark and the air icy. The sailors saw something huge, pale, and undulating just below the surface, but it disappeared before anyone could get a closer look. The encounters varied greatly. Some claimed to have seen a giant, white shape moving just below the ship, so large that it initially looked like an iceberg. Others swore they had seen a face, a pair of dark, almost expressionless eyes, staring from the abyss. Some reports were even more disturbing, describing limbs emerging from the water as if the creature was trying to grab the ship before disappearing into the depths. The Japanese government has never made official comments about the Ningon's existence, but rumors persist that research teams in Antarctica may have found something defying all classification. Some claim satellite images have captured huge, unidentified shapes moving under the ice, leading to speculation that the Ningon could be a previously unknown species, adapted to extreme cold and hidden from the world. But what could the Ningon really be? Some researchers believe it could be an unknown species of giant endothermic deep-sea animal, a huge marine creature capable of regulating its body temperature to survive in the icy waters. Others suggest it could be an unknown type of giant ray or a highly evolved form of cephalopod, which would explain its strange limb-like appendages and its ability to blend into its environment. However, the most disturbing theories go further. Some theorists believe that the Ningon is not simply an animal, but something completely different, a vestige of an ancient past, an unknown life form that has remained hidden under the Antarctic ice for millennia. Others have proposed that it could be an extraterrestrial entity, a being that arrived on Earth long ago and found refuge in the uninhabitable depths where no one would think to look. The idea that strange forms of intelligent life exist lurking under the ice of Antarctica is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Scientists have already discovered extremophiles, small organisms capable of surviving in the most hostile environments on Earth, including subglacial lakes buried kilometers deep under the Antarctic ice sheet. Some researchers have even suggested that the study of these extreme life forms could provide clues about what kind of organisms could exist on other planets, such as the icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn. If life can exist under kilometers of ice here on Earth, could it also thrive under the Antarctic waters in a way that we cannot yet understand? The legend of the Ningon took an even stranger turn when alleged photographs and leaked videos began appearing on the internet. These grainy, low-resolution images show huge white humanoid figures moving in the water, their shapes blurring into the darkness as if they were too big to be real. While skeptics argue that these could simply be hoaxes, misidentified whales, or even illusions caused by light and ice, believers claim these images are proof that something unnatural lurks in Antarctica's depths. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Ningon mystery is how little we really know about the ocean. More than 80% remains unexplored, leaving open the real possibility that strange, unknown creatures continue to roam its waters. Although we have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than our own ocean floors, the deep sea remains an abyss of unknown horrors and an unexplored territory where myth and reality blur. Some even suggest that governments and research organizations may be aware of the Neon, but are deliberately withholding this information. After all, if an unknown life form were discovered in the ocean, it could raise ethical, scientific, and even military questions. What if such a creature was intelligent? What if it had remained hidden for so long because it wanted to? What if humanity was never meant to find it? As of today, the Neon remains an enigma. There are no official records, no confirmed sightings beyond anecdotal reports, and yet the legend continues to grow. The icy waters of Antarctica hide more secrets than we can imagine. And perhaps the Neon is just one of the many unknown entities lurking in the depths. It is a reminder that the world under the waves is still largely unknown. A place of darkness and mystery, where reality is distorted and the line between folklore and reality is very thin. Perhaps the Neon is out there, watching from the depths, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Or maybe it's just another maritime ghost story, a tale told by sailors to remind us that the ocean is a place that escapes human control, a world where monsters, real or imagined, continue to dominate. And so, as the Antarctic waters stir in infinite silence, we are left with a disturbing thought. If the Neon is real, what else lurks in the depths, waiting to be discovered? Second part, the phenomenon of gigantism in the deep sea. The colossal secrets of nature. The ocean is a world of extremes. In its darkest and most crushing depths, where sunlight has never reached and where the weight of water would instantly collapse a human body, life has evolved in ways that defy logic. Among the many mysteries of the depths, one of the most disconcerting is the phenomenon of gigantism in the marine depths, the strange and inexplicable tendency of marine creatures to grow to enormous sizes in the abyssal depths of the ocean. Imagine drifting in the total darkness of the seabed, where the pressure is 1,000 times greater than on the surface, where the water is almost frozen, and where the only light comes from the disturbing bioluminescent glow of creatures adapted to living in total darkness. Here, gigantic forms move silently through the water. Giant squids with eyes the size of plates. Colossal amphipods that feed on the ocean floor. Jellyfish with tentacles that extend for tens of meters. And fish with grotesquely large mouths designed to swallow their prey whole in one bite. The most famous example of gigantism in the marine depths is the colossal squid, a giant of the abyss that can reach 14 meters in length and whose tentacles are equipped with hooks as sharp as blades. Unlike the giant squid, better known and already one of the largest invertebrates on the planet, the colossal squid is even more enormous, with a more voluminous and powerful body and thick, muscular limbs designed to crush its prey in the eternal night of the oceanic depths. It is a predator that has almost never been seen alive, and most of what we know comes from the battered remains found in the stomachs of sperm whales, suggesting that a battle of titans is waged in the depths of the sea. And yet, the colossal squid is just one of the many creatures of impossible size that inhabit the marine depths. There is the Japanese spider crab, whose legs can reach 36 meters in wingspan, making it the largest arthropod known on Earth. There is the giant isopod, a swollen creature of prehistoric appearance that resembles a huge armored pill bug that reaches sizes of more than 60 centimeters long, several times larger than its shallow water relatives. Even the humble wolffish, a serpentine leviathan of the depths, can reach lengths of over 15 meters. Its bright, ribbon-like body undulates in the abyss like a ghost. But why do these creatures grow so much? What is it about the depths of the ocean that allows, or even forces, marine life to reach monstrous proportions? There are many theories, but no one knows for sure. Some scientists believe that gigantism in the marine depths is an adaptation to the extreme pressures of the oceanic depths, as larger bodies provide greater resistance against the crushing forces acting on them. Others argue that the scarcity of food in the marine depths forces some animals to grow larger to be more efficient in energy storage, allowing them to survive for long periods without eating. There is also the temperature hypothesis, which suggests that colder environments slow down metabolism, allowing creatures to grow larger over a longer life. Many of the largest organisms in the marine depths move with incredible slowness. Their slow metabolism has adapted to an environment where food is scarce and survival depends on conserving energy. A larger body means greater energy efficiency, a greater ability to withstand hunger, and more chances to reproduce before succumbing to the harsh conditions of the depths. However, some believe that the answer to gigantism in the marine depths may not be purely biological, but evolutionary, in ways that we cannot yet understand. The ocean is the oldest ecosystem on the planet, a world that existed long before anything walked on land. It is a place where vestiges of prehistory still endure, where creatures have survived relatively unchanged for millions of years. It is possible that some of these giants are not simply adaptations to the depths, but rather living fossils, echoes of an ancient past in which the world was full of giants. Let's think about the megalodon, the largest shark that has ever existed. An alpha predator that once dominated the oceans, reaching up to 18 meters in length and having teeth the size of a human hand. Although it has long been considered extinct, some believe that if a creature of such gigantic proportions could once exist, it is not impossible that something equally large still lurks in the depths, invisible to human eyes. Could some of the giants of the depths be vestiges of an era in which monstrous marine creatures were the norm and survived only because the depths of the sea provided them with refuge from extinction? The stories of enormous, unidentified creatures sighted in the open sea often fuel speculation that some species of these giants of the depths remain undiscovered, growing in the unexplored abysses of the abyss. Sailors and fishermen have reported seeing huge, shadowy forms moving under their boats, too big to be whales, too slow to be sharks, whose dark silhouettes disappear before anyone could see them a second time. Even modern sonar scanners have occasionally captured huge, moving anomalies of shapes so large that they defy any classification. Could there be unknown species of marine, deep-sea giants still unknown to science? The ocean is a place where even the most fantastic creatures can turn out to be real until 2005. Scientists did not believe that the colossal squid existed in the quantities that we now know it exists. The discovery of such an immense, an alien-like predator living at depths where no human being could survive proved that the marine depths still hide unimaginable secrets. What other giants remain undiscovered, lurking in the trenches and waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? There's also the disturbing possibility that some marine deep-sea creatures have evolved to sizes that we simply do not yet understand. The Great Blue Hole of Belize, the Mariana Trench, the unexplored depths of the Pacific. These places are so deep and so vast that they could harbor entire ecosystems unknown to the surface world. Some scientists believe that in the most extreme depths of the ocean, where pressure is greatest and food is most scarce, there could be creatures that have adapted in ways that we cannot yet imagine. Colossal and slow entities, perhaps resembling giant jellyfish, ancient sea serpents, or even life forms unlike anything we have seen so far. The deeper we go, the stranger everything becomes. The fossil record shows that the ocean once housed creatures surpassing our wildest imagination. Giant armored fish, predatory marine scorpions, and marine reptiles as big as buses. If these creatures existed in abundance in the past, why not now? What if in the most remote depths of the ocean, some of these ancient monsters never really went extinct, but simply retreated to the abyss, far from human exploration? Gigantism in the deep sea is a real and scientifically documented phenomenon, but the full extent of its implications remains a mystery. Why do some creatures evolve into giants, while others stay small? What unknown giants are still waiting to be discovered? Are we really prepared for what we might find when we finally reach the last unexplored depths of the ocean? Perhaps the answers are already out there, moving silently in the darkness under the waves, watching from the abyss, waiting for the moment when the surface world finally ventures far enough to discover them. Until then, the giants of the depths will remain an enigma, an unsolved puzzle of evolution, adaptation, and the mystery hidden under the crushing pressure of the ocean's eternal silence. Third part, annual bloop, a sound from the abyss that defies all explanation. The ocean is full of strange and inexplicable sounds, creaks and groans of moving tectonic plates, the haunting songs of whales diving into the depths, and the rhythmic pulses of unknown marine life. But among all these sounds, one stands out as one of the greatest oceanic mysteries of the modern era. A noise so loud, so vast, and so different from anything recorded so far that even the most experienced scientists were left without answers. The sound was named bloop. It was in 1997, in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, when a series of hydrophones, underwater microphones used by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States, NOAA, to detect underwater activity and natural marine phenomena, captured something different from everything they had heard before. The sound was very low frequency, incredibly powerful, and covered a range of more than 3,000 m across the ocean. It was so loud that several listening stations separated by thousands of kilometers detected it almost simultaneously. At first, scientists assumed that the bloop was the result of an underwater earthquake or the rupture of an ice platform, common sources of powerful oceanic sounds. But after a more detailed analysis, it became clear that the bloop did not match the acoustic signature of any known seismic activity. It was not a volcanic eruption, nor was it caused by underwater landslides. The sound had a structure, an organic quality, something that resembled a living being more than a geological phenomenon. This led to one of the most disturbing possibilities. Could the bloop have been created by an unknown form of marine life? If so, it would have to be an animal of an incomprehensible size, much larger even than the blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. A creature capable of producing a sound that could cross an entire ocean would be unlike anything known to science. Speculation grew, and theories began to emerge. Some researchers consider the idea that the bloop could have been a previously unknown deep-sea species, perhaps a huge squid or a type of colossal fish with an unknown vocal range. Others believed that it could be a vestige of an ancient lineage of marine life, a descendant of the prehistoric sea monsters that once dominated the oceans, surviving undetected in the depths. However, the bloop was only detected once and never heard again. This made it even more mysterious. Was it the last call of a huge, unknown creature? Or was it something passing through our ocean? Something that moved beyond our reach, never to return? Although NOAA eventually suggested that the bloop was probably caused by icebergs breaking and cracking underwater, many remain unconvinced since the great complexity of the sound, its organic nature, and the fact that no iceberg has generated a similar noise that exactly matches it have left room for doubt. Could it really have been just a natural phenomenon? Or was there something else lurking in the abyss that day, making itself heard before disappearing into the depths forever? Some researchers and oceanographers have drawn parallels between the bloop and other unexplained sounds from the seabed recorded over the years. One of these sounds is the slowdown, a sound recorded in 1997 that lasted several minutes and faded as if a huge entity was moving through the ocean. There is also the Julius sound, recorded in 1999, which resembled the distorted echo of an otherworldly whale resonating in the water. Although some of these sounds have been explained as ice-related phenomena, others remain unsolved mysteries. The idea of a giant marine creature yet to be discovered is not as far-fetched as it might seem. The ocean is a vast alien world, with more than 80% still unexplored. New species are discovered every year in the depths, some of them with capabilities that defy what we previously thought possible. The giant squid was once believed to be a myth. Its existence was only known through the stories of sailors and the scars found on sperm whales. It was not until the 21st century that one was finally captured and studied. What if the bloop was proof of a creature we have not yet found? One that has evolved in the unexplored regions of the ocean, remaining hidden from human eyes. Beyond biological explanations, some propose even stranger theories. Some believe that the bloop could have its origin in an ancient civilization, a world submerged under the ocean, that sends a signal that we have intercepted accidentally. There are countless legends of cities lost to the waves. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, places that, according to myth, prospered before being swallowed by the sea. Could the bloop be a biological or technological vestige of these lost worlds? A sound from something hidden in the depths. Another disturbing theory is that the bloop was possibly not produced by something from Earth at all. After all, the ocean is the closest thing that we have to an extraterrestrial environment on our planet. Some researchers suggest that if an advanced, non-human intelligence were to observe Earth, it would do so from the depths of a sea where human activity is minimal and detection almost impossible. If that were the case, what we heard in 1997 could have been a transmission from something that resides in the depths, an echo of intelligence coming from the unknown. Even more disturbing is the idea that the bloop was not just a sound, but a signal, a form of communication from something trying to contact us. If so, was it trying to contact us? Was it looking for others of its kind? Or was it simply an accident? An unknown species or entity made a noise that we captured by chance at the right time. If it was biological, why hasn't it been heard again? Was it the last of its species, calling before disappearing forever? Or was it simply passing through, a wandering giant moving through the depths and never staying in one place long enough for us to detect it again? There is something deeply disturbing about the idea that beings in the ocean may be so vast, so ancient, and so hidden that we don't even know they exist. It is easy to believe that we have cataloged all the major life forms on our planet. But the truth is that we have barely scratched the surface. The deep sea is a place full of secrets where time seems to pass differently, where creatures evolve in ways we cannot yet understand, and where entire ecosystems thrive beyond human knowledge. Until the day comes when we can fully explore the depths of our oceans, the mystery of the bloop will remain unsolved. Perhaps it was just ice breaking, a natural sound in a chaotic environment. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something completely different. A voice from the darkness, a call from the abyss, or the echo of something unimaginably vast that moves under the waves and will never be seen again. Fallen part, the black demon, a monster lurking in the Pacific depths. The ocean has always been a place inspiring both fear and fascination. A vast, mysterious expanse where myths are born and legends refuse to die. Throughout history, sailors and fishermen have spoken of creatures beneath the surface. Predators so large and terrifying that they seem more like nightmares. Among the most chilling accounts is that of the Black Demon, a monstrous shadowy shark that is said to prowl the waters of the Baja California Peninsula in Mexico. Reports of this huge, dark-colored beast describe it as much larger than any known shark species, a black leviathan that moves through the waves like a ghost, suddenly appearing before disappearing into the abyss just as quickly. Those who claim to have seen it say it resembles a megalodon, a prehistoric predator believed to be extinct for millions of years, but still lurking somehow in the Pacific. Others believe that it is something stranger still, an unknown species or a monstrously large variant of the great white shark. The legend of the Black Demon has endured for generations, but it has been in recent decades that sightings have proliferated as modern fishermen, divers, and sailors have begun to share their first-hand encounters with the creature. The stories range from brief glimpses of a huge, dark shadow moving under boats to terrifying accounts of fishing boats shaken violently, as if something unimaginably large lurking below is testing its strength against human intruders. One of the best-known accounts is that of a fisherman named Eric Mack, who was in Baja California waters when he claimed to see a huge, black shark more than 15 meters long, with a jaw so wide that it could swallow a small boat in one bite. According to Mack, only the shark's caudal fin rose so high above the water that it made his own boat look tiny. As it passed beneath him, the force of its wake caused waves to crash against his boat, almost capsizing it. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was much larger than any white shark, darker in color, and moved with a silent, eerie grace before disappearing into the depths. Skeptics argue that these stories could be exaggerations, that what people are witnessing is simply a great white shark or misidentified whale. But there is a disturbing fact lending credence to the idea that something huge could still be out there. The waters surrounding Baja California are among the most biologically rich and least explored regions of the Pacific Ocean. They harbor deep trenches and underwater caves that could easily hide creatures beyond our knowledge. Marine biologists have long debated the possibility that large, unknown species still exist in the deepest parts of the ocean, especially in places like the Baja California region where the continental shelf drops abruptly, creating a huge system of submarine canyons that remains largely unexplored. Even in recent years, expeditions to the depths have revealed new species of sharks, some of them incredibly elusive, rarely surfacing and avoiding contact with humans. Could the black demon be one of these creatures? An unknown species adapted to the depths, only venturing closer to the surface under specific conditions? The possibility of a surviving population of megalodons has been the subject of debate in scientific circles for a long time. It is estimated that the megalodon, one of the largest predatory sharks that ever existed, reached 18 meters in length, had teeth the size of human hands, and a bite force greater than the Tyrannosaurus rex's. Fossils suggest that the species became extinct about 36 million years ago, possibly due to climate change, food shortages, or predator competition. But what if a small, isolated population had somehow survived, adapting to the ocean depths, hunting in the abyss, where sunlight never reaches, and only rarely making its presence known? This theory is fueled by strange sightings of unusually large sharks over the years. In 1918, a group of Australian fishermen refused to return to the waters after witnessing a huge, ghostly white shark that, according to them, was as big as their boat, a titan that dwarfed everything they had seen before. Similarly, in 1959, naval officer David Steed wrote about some fishermen who encountered a shark so large that it made great white sharks look small in comparison. More recently, in 2013, a deep-sea submersible recorded a huge great white shark off the coast of Guadalupe Island, a place not far from the Baja California region, where the black demon is most often reported. The shark, named Deep Blue, was estimated to measure more than 20 feet long, making it the largest great white shark ever filmed. However, some researchers have pointed out that Deep Blue, despite its impressive size, was still a juvenile compared to the monsters described in the black demon sightings. If sharks like Deep Blue exist, what else could lurk in the depths beyond what we've seen? But what if the black demon isn't a megalodon? Some cryptozoologists have theorized that it could be a completely unknown species, a deep-sea shark that rarely surfaces and prefers the extreme depths of the Pacific trenches, where gigantic species often develop due to deep-sea gigantism. Others have suggested that it could be an ancient vestige of an evolutionary branch of sharks that separated from known species millions of years ago and has survived in isolation. There is also something deeply disturbing about the alleged behavior of the black demon. Unlike most sharks, which are primarily predators and scavengers that stalk their prey, the black demon is often described as aggressive, territorial, and seemingly aware of human presence. Although most great white sharks do not deviate from their path to attack boats unless provoked, several reports suggest that the black demon actively confronts boats, surrounding them in a predatory manner, crashing into them, and even shaking them violently as if it were testing their strength. What if this creature is not just an unknown species, but an alpha predator of the depths, which has learned to associate boats with a potential food source? There are stories of fishermen who claim that schools of fish suddenly scatter in panic before the creature appears, as if they recognize the presence of a true oceanic nightmare, something far more lethal than any known predator. If the black demon exists, why haven't more people spotted it? The answer may lie in the immensity of the Pacific Ocean. The waters off Baja California are remote, sparsely populated, and rarely explored in depth. While great white sharks are tracked and monitored by marine biologists, a creature that prefers deep water and rarely surfaces could go unnoticed for years, even decades. The legend of the Black Demon remains one of the most chilling of the modern era. Is it a vestige of the past, a surviving megalodon that has somehow escaped extinction, a new species yet to be classified by science, or something even stranger, a predator that has learned to avoid detection by humans and only surfaces when it wants to, leaving behind nothing but fear and speculation? Whatever the truth may be, there is one undeniable fact. The ocean remains the least explored frontier on Earth, a world where ancient creatures still roam, where the shadows of the depths can hide secrets that escape our understanding. Perhaps the Black Demon is out there, waiting, watching, gliding among the abyssal trenches, invisible, except to the few who have had the misfortune to glimpse it before it disappears again into the darkness of the sea. Part 5. The Immortal Jellyfish, a creature that defies death. The ocean is home to some of the strangest and seemingly impossible life forms on the planet. Creatures that exist beyond the limits of what we believe biology is capable of. Some are terrifying because of their size, others because of their predatory efficiency. But among all the creatures that inhabit the depths, there is one that truly stands out, not for its ferocity or its size, but for its ability to defy death. This is the story of the immortal jellyfish, a creature so strange that it defies our understanding of life and mortality. Turritopsis dohrnii, as it is known in the scientific world, is a small transparent jellyfish that rarely grows larger than a human thumbnail. It floats in the ocean unseen, indistinguishable from the thousands of other jellyfish species that are carried by the currents. But beneath its modest appearance lies one of the most incredible biological abilities ever discovered. While all other animals, from the tiniest insects to the largest whales, are subject to the inescapable reality of aging and death, this jellyfish can reverse its life cycle, effectively becoming biologically immortal. Most jellyfish, like other living organisms, go through a predictable life cycle. They begin as tiny larvae that float in the water before settling on a surface and transforming into polyps, small stationary organisms that resemble tiny sea anemones. Over time, these polyps produce free-swimming jellyfish, the adult jellyfish we know. Normally, once a jellyfish reaches adulthood, it lives its short life, reproduces, and eventually dies. But the Turritopsis dohrnii does something that no other known animal can do. When faced with extreme stress, whether from starvation, injury, or environmental changes, it returns to its juvenile state, essentially rewinding the biological clock and starting its life cycle again. Instead of dying, it collapses into a mass of undifferentiated cells, which then reorganize into a new colony of polyps, restarting the process. In theory, this cycle can continue indefinitely, allowing the jellyfish to survive forever, eluding the natural limits of aging that govern all other complex life forms. This discovery surprised the scientific community. Aging and death have long been considered universal across multicellular life. Even the longest-lived living beings, Greenland sharks, Greenland whales, and certain deep-sea corals, eventually succumb to the passage of time. But the immortal jellyfish exists outside this rule, eluding death not by resisting it, but by restarting before it occurs. The implications of this capacity are astonishing. Scientists have long sought the secrets of longevity, studying everything from the genetics of long-lived animals to the regenerative capabilities of amphibians. But Turritopsis dohrnii represents something different, a true form of biological immortality. If we could unravel the mechanisms underlying this jellyfish's transformation, could human beings one day find a way to stop or even reverse aging? Some researchers believe that the key lies in cellular reprogramming, a process that allows the jellyfish's adult cells to revert to a more primitive state. Unlike human beings, whose cells deteriorate over time due to oxidative stress, DNA damage, and telomere shortening, the immortal jellyfish seems capable of reversing aging at will, returning to a juvenile form when necessary. This process resembles the experiments being carried out in regenerative medicine, where scientists are trying to reprogram human cells to heal injuries, grow new organs, and potentially prolong life. But the mysteries of Turritopsis durii are even deeper. If these jellyfish never really die of old age, how long have they existed? Could some individuals be hundreds or even thousands of years old, restarting their life cycles over and over? And if so, what memories, what experiences could they carry from one cycle to another? Could there be jellyfish floating in the ocean right now that were alive when ancient civilizations began? There's another question that haunts those who study this creature. If an animal has the ability to escape death indefinitely, what does that mean for the balance of nature? Most jellyfish have a short life and serve as food for larger marine predators. But what would happen if an ecosystem had a species that never really died, but only grew in number, replacing itself indefinitely? Could a population of immortal jellyfish grow so large that it altered the entire marine food chain? Some scientists speculate that, under the right conditions, a proliferation of immortal jellyfish could become a plague, an uncontrolled force that multiplies endlessly, consuming resources without being eliminated by natural mortality. If these jellyfish continue to reproduce and restart their life cycles indefinitely, then, in theory, the ocean could become dominated by a species that does not die. In some areas, there have already been recorded cases of Turritopsis durii populations spreading at an alarming rate, leaving their original habitats and appearing in waters around the world. Some attribute this phenomenon to climate change and changes in ocean currents, which have altered marine ecosystems in ways that we are only beginning to understand. Others believe that as human activity continues to damage marine environments, species like the immortal jellyfish, which adapt by surviving instead of dying, could become more frequent and fill the void left by other declining marine life. The idea of an animal that transcends death is both fascinating and disturbing. What would it mean if such a creature could transmit its abilities to others? Could there be unknown species in the depths of the sea with similar characteristics? Animals that we have not yet found, and that may have already discovered the key to eternal life? And if they exist, do we really want to find them? In mythology, the search for immortality has always come at a price. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to ancient alchemical traditions, human beings have long sought the power to live forever. But those who pursued it often encountered a curse instead of a blessing. What if the ocean already contains the secret we have been looking for, hidden in the tiny, translucent body of a jellyfish that simply refuses to die? For now, Turritopsis durii continues to float unnoticed in the water. Its secret remains locked in its fragile, crystalline form. It has no brain, no heart, no thoughts as we understand them, and yet it has achieved something we have only dreamed of. It is a silent witness to the passage of time, a creature that existed before we understood the concept of death, and that may continue to exist long after humanity disappears. If the immortal jellyfish really has the key to stopping aging, perhaps one day science will discover its full potential. But until then, it will remain one of the ocean's greatest enigmas. A living paradox, a creature that defies the fundamental laws of life and death, floating silently in the abyss, waiting for us to understand its secret. 6-part, Abyssal Giants. Do megaporna still lurk in the depths? The ocean is so vast that it surpasses our understanding, since it covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface. However, we have only explored a small part. In its deepest and most inhospitable regions, far from the reach of sunlight, where the pressure is so intense that it would crush a human being in an instant. There are secrets that remain hidden. For centuries, stories have persisted about enormous, unidentified creatures lurking in the abyss, being so large and elusive that they defy modern science. Could there be giants yet to be discovered moving through the unexplored trenches of the depths? Throughout history, sailors and fishermen have returned with accounts of monstrous forms rising from the depths. Shadowy forms that were only seen in fleeting moments before disappearing back into the darkness. Many of these stories have been dismissed as myths, exaggerations fueled by fear and imagination. But what if some are real? What if the marine depths, where gigantism prospers and ancient species survive unchanged for millions of years, still harbor creatures that defy everything we know about marine biology? One of the most compelling arguments in favor of the existence of the abyssal megapora is the fossil record itself. Prehistoric oceans teemed with creatures of unimaginable size. The megalodon, the largest shark that ever existed, lurked in the seas, reaching lengths of 18 meters or more, and could devour whales. The mosasaur, a marine reptile from the age of dinosaurs, could grow to more than 15 meters long and was one of the most fearsome predators of its time. And then there were the enormous invertebrates, giant marine scorpions, orthoceros similar to squid, and enormous ammonites, many of which reached monstrous proportions. These creatures dominated the oceans in their day, but their disappearance does not mean that all these giants have disappeared. In fact, there is compelling evidence suggesting that some of them or their descendants may still exist, hidden in the least explored parts of the sea. Let's consider the colossal squid. For centuries, stories circulated about immense creatures with tentacles that attacked ships and dragged sailors into the abyss. These accounts were dismissed as mere sailor legends until 2005, when scientists captured a live, colossal squid. Unlike the giant squid, known since the 19th century, the colossal squid was even more enormous, with a more voluminous body, giant eyes, and tentacles equipped with hooks instead of simple suction cups. It was a creature that had been secretly spoken about for generations. And yet, modern science had not confirmed its existence until very recently. This raises a disturbing question. What else could be out there that we have not discovered yet? If a creature as enormous as the colossal squid could go unnoticed for so long, is it really so far-fetched to believe that there are still other giants of the deep sea waiting to be discovered? One of the most chilling modern mysteries involves the enormous anomalies recorded by sonars in the deep ocean trenches. Over the years, several deep-sea exploration missions have detected strange, moving objects on sonar scanners. Objects that appear much larger than any known marine species. Some of these anomalies have been recorded at depths greater than 6,000 meters, in regions where almost no light penetrates and where few life forms are known to survive. In 1997, a research vessel exploring the Mariana Trench recorded a large moving object at extreme depths, something that seemed to change direction before disappearing from the scanners. No known animal can survive at those depths and show such mobility. The official explanation was a misreading caused by thermal layers in the water, but many researchers remain unconvinced. Could this be proof of an unknown abyssal giant, a deep-sea predator unlike anything we have seen so far? In addition, there are mysterious remains that occasionally appear on the coasts. In 2003, an enormous carcass more than 12 meters long appeared on a Chilean beach. At first, marine biologists believed it was the remains of a decomposing whale, but upon closer examination, they discovered that its structure did not correspond to any known species. Its body was composed of a gelatinous mass with fibrous tissues, suggesting a totally unknown biological composition. Some proposed that it could be the remains of a giant deep-sea jellyfish, while others speculated that it was something much stranger, possibly a deep-sea cephalopod or an unknown invertebrate species. Similar cases have occurred all over the world. In 2018, a huge, unidentified marine creature appeared on the coast of the Philippines, covered in white hair-like filaments. The locals christened it Globster, and believed it was a deep-sea creature that had never been documented before. Although some scientists claimed that it was simply the decomposed carcass of a whale, its structure did not resemble any known one, and the fact that it was covered in hair-like fibers only added to the mystery. One of the most persistent legends surrounding abyssal megapora is that of the Ningon, an enormous marine creature with a humanoid appearance said to inhabit the Antarctic waters. Descriptions vary, but most accounts speak of a pale and ghostly being between 18 and 30 meters long, with human-like arms and a face without distinctive features. The Ningon is said to glide through the water with an unsettling grace, sometimes following ships before submerging back into the depths. The first reports came from Japanese research vessels whose crew members claimed to have seen something moving under the ice. A pale and impossibly large figure that resembled neither a whale nor any known marine animal. Could the Ningon be a form of deep-sea gigantism? An evolutionary adaptation that has allowed an unknown species to survive in the abyss, adopting an enormous pale and ghostly form to blend in with the ice? Or is it something completely different? A biological anomaly? A vestige of an ancient evolutionary path that diverged millions of years ago and exists beyond human understanding? Many skeptics argue that such creatures could not exist without leaving more evidence, since in the age of satellites and deep-sea submersibles, we would have already discovered something. But is it really so? The depths of the ocean are an alien world, which remains more mysterious than the surface of the moon. There are places so remote and hostile to human exploration that an entire ecosystem could exist there without being discovered or altered. With each new expedition to the sea depths, we discover life forms that we would never have imagined, creatures that defy logic, fish that produce their own antifreeze, shrimp that survive thanks to the toxic chemicals of hydrothermal vents, and jellyfish that shine in total darkness. What else could be waiting in the hidden depths beyond our reach? If abyssal giants exist, perhaps they are not simply unknown, but intentionally elusive, surviving in the deepest and most remote places precisely because those places offer them protection from the surface world. The greatest predators of the past, the megalodons, the mosasaurs, the enormous cephalopods that once dominated the seas, did not all disappear suddenly. Some may simply have retreated to the abyss, evolving in isolation, sliding into the depths where no light reaches and no human interference disturbs their ancient domain. For now, they remain only a whisper in the darkness, a shadow on a sonar screen, a mystery to unravel. But the ocean does not easily reveal its secrets. And perhaps the greatest secrets are still out there, moving silently through the abyss, watching from the depths, waiting for the day when the surface world finally dares to look for them. Seventh part, the ghost ships of the depths, abandoned boats and missing crews. The ocean is a cemetery of forgotten ships. Their skeletal remains are scattered across the seabed like tombstones, marking the tragedies of those who lost their lives in the waves. Some are relics of wars, others victims of storms or mechanical failures. But among them, there are some that defy all explanation. Ghost ships, boats that are found adrift aimlessly. Their crews mysteriously disappeared without a trace. These are not myths or legends, but real mysteries. Cases in which completely intact ships have been discovered, but without a single soul on board. How can these disturbing disappearances be explained? Is it the work of pirates, giant waves, or something even stranger? An invisible force that drags sailors from their ships, leaving nothing more than silence and an empty deck. One of the most famous ghost ship cases is that of the Mary Celeste, a merchant ship discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. The ship was in perfect condition, its cargo intact, the food still laid out on the tables, the lifeboat missing, but with no signs of struggle or foul play. It was as if the crew had simply gone to sea, abandoning a ship in perfect working order for no apparent reason. Theories range from mutiny to storms, but none could explain why experienced sailors would abandon a seaworthy ship. Some suggested a sudden panic, perhaps from water swirls or fear of an explosion of alcohol vapors stored in the hold, but there was no definitive answer. Then there is the case of the MV Druida, a fishing and cargo ship found abandoned in the Pacific Ocean in 1955. When it was discovered, it was badly damaged and partially flooded, but still afloat. However, not a single one of the 25 crew members was found. The lifeboats were missing, and there were strange details that added to the mystery. The ship's radio was tuned to an emergency frequency. Bloodstains were found on the deck, and all the ship's clocks had stopped at the same time. Despite exhaustive searches, the crew was never found, and their fate remains one of the greatest maritime enigmas in history. But these are just some of the many ghost ships documented throughout history. The deeper we go, the more the mystery does nothing but grow. There are cases in which ships disappear completely to reappear in distant places, without crew and without a clear explanation of what happened during the time they were missing. The Cast 2, an Australian catamaran, was found in 2007 floating aimlessly off the coast of Queensland. On board, everything was in its place. The engine was running. The food was laid out as if it had just been prepared. There was even a laptop open and on. But the 3 crew members were nowhere to be found. There were no signs of struggle, no distress calls, and the ship was in perfect condition. However, no trace of the missing was ever found. Could giant waves be responsible? Some scientists argue that a giant wave capable of forming without warning could have swept the entire crew overboard. But that doesn't explain why no one tried to get back on board, why life jackets were missing, or why the ship remained stable in the water. Perhaps more chilling are reports of ships appearing decades after disappearing, sometimes in places thousands of kilometers from where they were last seen. One of these cases is that of the SS Orang Medan, a Dutch freighter that allegedly sent a distress signal in 1948. A cryptic message said, "All the officers, including the captain, are dead in the navigation room and the bridge. Possibly the entire crew has died." This was followed by another chilling transmission. 2 last words, "I died." When the rescue teams arrived, they found the Orang Medan adrift with all the crew dead, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, no clear cause of death. Even stranger, when the salvage teams tried to tow the ship, it suddenly exploded and sank into the depths, taking its secrets with it. To this day, no one knows what happened aboard the Orang Medan, and some even question its existence, as its records remain unknown. Could these ghost ships be victims of natural phenomena that we still do not understand? Some have speculated that methane gas pockets released from the ocean floor could be responsible, creating a scenario in which the entire crew would be intoxicated or asphyxiated, and the gas would dissipate before the rescue teams arrived. Others suggest that infrasound, low-frequency sound waves that can cause nausea, fear, and even hallucinations could have caused panic among sailors, leading them to abandon ship in a state of confusion. But there are even stranger theories. Some believe that these disappearances are related to electromagnetic anomalies similar to those attributed to the Bermuda Triangle, where instruments fail and reality itself seems distorted. Could an unknown force be responsible for the disappearance of the ships? Perhaps not physically, but through an event that distorts space and time. And then there are the folkloric explanations. The idea that something in the depths, something vast and ancient, may have kidnapped these sailors, tearing them from their ships without a sound. Some cultures tell stories of sea spirits and entities that claim the lives of those who venture too far. Beings that leave no trace of their presence, only a disturbing void where there was once life. In recent years, ghost ships have not stopped appearing. In 2018, a mysterious ship appeared off the coast of Myanmar. A completely intact cargo ship, but without crew or identifying marks. Apparently, it had been adrift in the ocean for years without anyone noticing. However, no country claimed it, and no missing ship report matched its description. Perhaps one of the strangest and most disturbing aspects of ghost ships is not only the mystery of where the crews went, but the absolute silence that accompanies these discoveries. A ship in perfect working order, abandoned, without time having left its mark, gives off a presence unlike anything else. There is an unnatural stillness, as if the ship itself knew it had been abandoned. A floating tomb adrift without anyone to guide it. The ocean is vast, and its depths hide mysteries that surpass the imagination. If ghost ships are simply the result of human tragedies, storms, mechanical failures, or panic, why do they so often defy logic? Why do some appear years after disappearing thousands of kilometers from where they were last seen? Why do some show no signs of struggle, no distress calls, no evidence of anything at all? Could it be that we are missing something bigger, a force beyond our understanding that occasionally takes its toll among those who dare to sail too far into the unknown? And if so, where do these lost sailors go? And why are they never found? Perhaps the ocean does not always return its dead. Perhaps some are claimed by something else. Something that leaves no corpses, leaves no remains, only silence. An empty ship floating on the endless waves, waiting for someone to find it, waiting for the next story to be written in the great unsolved story of the sea. Eighth part. The living fossils of the deep sea, creatures that should be extinct. The ocean is often described as a time capsule, a world that has remained virtually unchanged while the Earth's surface has been reshaped by time, climate change, and human civilization. Under the waves, there are creatures that have survived mass extinctions, the rise and fall of entire species, and that have remained unchanged for millions, sometimes even hundreds of millions of years. They are often called living fossils, biological remains of ancient times that exist in the modern world as if time itself had ignored them. But while some of these creatures, such as the coelacanth or the horseshoe crab, are well documented, there are persistent rumors and unexplained sightings that suggest that even larger and more monstrous relics of the past may still be lurking in the abyssal depths of the ocean. Could it be possible that some creatures that were believed to be extinct millions of years ago still exist, hidden in the vast and unexplored regions of the deep sea? One of the most fascinating cases of discovery of a living fossil is that of the coelacanth, a fish that was believed to be extinct 66 million years ago, along with the dinosaurs. Paleontologists had long believed that this primitive lobe-finned fish had disappeared during the Great Extinction that wiped out most life on Earth. That was until 1938, when a fisherman off the coast of South Africa caught a strange blue fish with fleshy fins resembling limbs, unlike anything seen in the modern era. When scientists examined the specimen, they realized with surprise that it was a coelacanth, a species that should not exist today. The discovery of the coelacanth shattered the scientific hypotheses about extinction and survival. If a species could persist for tens of millions of years without being detected, what else could be out there waiting to be rediscovered? This question has led many researchers and cryptozoologists to speculate about other prehistoric creatures that may have survived in the depths of the ocean. Among the most talked about is the megalodon, a huge prehistoric shark that reached 18 meters in length, possessed teeth the size of a human hand, and an estimated bite force greater than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. For decades, scientists have maintained that the megalodon became extinct about 36 million years ago, probably due to climate change and the decrease in food sources. However, strange and inexplicable sightings continue to appear in oceans around the world. There are testimonies from fishermen who claim to have seen immense dark shadows moving under their boats, much larger than any known shark. Some submarines have reported sonar anomalies, huge moving objects, even larger than the largest great white sharks, which disappear into the abyss before they can be properly identified. One of the chilling pieces of evidence comes from an expedition with underwater cameras carried out near the Mariana Trench. The images, which came to light in 2013, seem to show a colossal shark passing in front of the camera, whose enormous size eclipsed everything around it. Scientists initially dismissed it as an optical illusion or a particularly large great white shark, but many viewers pointed out that the shark's proportions did not match any known species. Could it be that a small, isolated population of megalodons still exists that hunts in the depths and only comes to the surface on rare occasions? Another mystery of the deep sea is the frilled shark, of prehistoric appearance. a strange creature that seems to have come out of a horror movie. With its elongated eel-like body, rows of razor-sharp teeth, and prehistoric origins, the frilled shark is one of the closest living relatives of the ancient sharks that once dominated the oceans. This species rarely comes to the surface, spending most of its time in deep, cold waters, and only lets itself be seen when it is accidentally caught in fishing nets. In 2007, a Japanese fishing crew managed to capture a live frilled shark, an event that surprised marine biologists. The shark seemed to belong to the Paleozoic era, not the modern world. Could this be proof that even stranger and more ancient sharks still lurk in the depths, waiting to be discovered? Beyond sharks, there are even stranger candidates that could be living fossils. One example is the Triassic kraken, a speculative creature that some paleontologists believe may have existed based on strange fossil formations found in Nevada. These fossils, belonging to large marine reptiles known as ichthyosaurs, appear to have been arranged in patterns suggesting that a huge intelligent cephalopod was responsible. Some researchers believe that this could be evidence of a gigantic prehistoric squid-like creature that could still exist in the deepest parts of the ocean. If giant cephalopods existed in the past, could it be that some of them are still alive today? In 2016, a research team exploring the Gulf of Mexico captured images of a huge, unknown squid-like entity whose tentacles stretched into the darkness as it moved away from their submersible. Scientists were unable to identify the species, but some believe it could be a new type of deep-sea cephalopod, perhaps even an unknown descendant of the monstrous krakens of ancient legends. Then there is the strange case of the prehistoric shark captured by a Russian fishing boat in 2015. This creature, described as having translucent gelatinous skin, an elongated body, and an alien face, did not resemble any known species of shark. When the photographs appeared, many marine biologists were stunned. Some suggested that it could be a new, never-before-documented species, while others speculated that it could be a vestige of an ancient lineage of deep-sea predators. But perhaps the strangest possibility of all is that the depths of the ocean may harbor species even older than the dinosaurs, creatures that have survived mass extinctions by remaining hidden in the world's most extreme environments. Could there be marine reptiles, ancient predatory fish, or even completely unknown species waiting in the unexplored abyss? Scientists estimate that more than 80% of the ocean remains unexplored, with vast trenches, submarine canyons, and hydrothermal vent systems that have never been seen by the human eye. In these regions, the rules of evolution may work differently, allowing species to survive in isolation, unaffected by the natural pressures that cause extinction on the surface. Each year, marine biologists discover new species of deep-sea creatures, some of which resemble prehistoric animals, others so strange that they seem to belong to a completely different world. What if some of these discoveries are just the beginning? What if in the darkness of the greatest depths of the ocean there lurk creatures that have been here since the dawn of life, waiting, unchanging, invisible, and beyond our current understanding? The coelacanth taught us that extinction is not always final. Deep-sea cephalopods remind us that intelligent predators can exist in complete secrecy for millions of years. And the inexplicable shadows, the strange sonar anomalies, and the sea-swept remains of marine creatures of impossible size hint at the possibility that our knowledge of the ocean is still incomplete. Perhaps we have not yet discovered everything. Perhaps the true living fossils, the ancient monsters that dominated the prehistoric seas, never completely abandoned us. They're simply waiting in the cold, crushing depths of the abyss, where time seems to have stopped. Ninth part, the giants of the deep sea that should not exist. The more we descend into the ocean, the more we enter a strange world, a place where the usual rules of biology begin to crumble. Here, in the abyssal plains and trenches, life has evolved in such extreme conditions that many species seem more like creatures from another planet than anything we know on the surface. But among the countless strange beings that inhabit the depths, there are some that stand out, not only for their strange adaptations, but for their enormous size. In the crushing darkness of the depths, where sunlight never penetrates and food is scarce, one would normally think that animals are small, fragile, and scarce. However, time and time again, we find evidence that the opposite is true. The deep sea is home to some of the largest creatures on Earth, giants that extend far beyond what should be possible, as if the abyss itself had given rise to giants defying evolutionary logic. One of the best examples documenting gigantism in the deep sea is the colossal squid, a species so rare that at some point it was thought to be nothing more than myth. Unlike its slightly smaller cousin, the giant squid known since the 19th century, the colossal squid was not confirmed by science until 2007, when a huge specimen was captured in Antarctica by a fishing boat. What makes the colossal squid so terrifying is not just its size. It can reach up to 45 feet in length, but also its completely unique adaptations. Unlike other squids, it has rotating hooks on its tentacles, making it a far more fearsome predator than its already fearsome relatives. It also possesses the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, each the size of a plate, adapted to detect the slightest movement in the dark waters where it hunts. What does such a creature feed on? The scars found on sperm whales, the only known predator of the colossal squid, suggest that these battles in the depths must be unimaginably violent. Sperm whales often have deep circular wounds caused by the squid's hooks, indicating that these creatures do not give up without a fight. However, despite their enormous size and these signs of struggle, no human has ever seen a live adult giant squid in its natural habitat. This raises a disturbing question. If a predator of this magnitude can remain almost completely unseen, what else could be hiding in the depths? Some of the largest marine creatures recorded have been discovered by accident. Their existence was only intuited through partial remains, blurry sonar images, or fleeting glimpses from deep-sea researchers. In 2014, a Japanese deep-sea probe recorded a huge eel-like shape moving through the trench system near the Pacific. Its silhouette stretched about 24 meters, much larger than any known deep-sea fish species. Then there are the reports from submarine crews, particularly those operating in the depths of the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, who have recorded sonar readings of moving objects of impossible size. These are objects that appear to travel at depths much greater than even the largest whales can withstand. Some of these objects have been described as being hundreds of meters long, with appendages that appear to move like fins or tentacles. However, their identification has never been confirmed. One of the most chilling discoveries in recent years took place in 2018 off the coast of South Africa, when a research team exploring the underwater canyons near Cape Point found what appeared to be the skeletal remains of a huge, unknown creature. The bones, partially fossilized, suggested a length of at least 18 meters, but the structure of the skull did not correspond to any known species, past and present. Some suggested that it could be a previously unknown species of deep-sea shark, while others speculated that it could belong to a relict species that had somehow avoided extinction. This discovery mirrors similar findings throughout history. In the 1950s, whalers in the Pacific reported harpooning a huge, unidentified marine creature resembling a prehistoric marine reptile, although they were unable to recover any remains. Even earlier, in the 19th century, sailors frequently described seeing enormous serpentine creatures rising from the waves, often dismissing these as exaggerated sailors' tales. But with each new deep-sea expedition, those ancient stories begin to seem less like myth and more like missing pieces of a biological puzzle that we have yet to solve. One of the most mysterious cases of a deep-sea giant occurred in the Bermuda Triangle, where an oil platform captured sonar images in the 1960s of a large moving object at more than 20,000 feet deep. The shape appeared to be more than 100 feet long, and there was no known species that matched its size or movement pattern. This incident has fueled speculation about the existence of unknown deep-sea predators, leading some to believe that the ocean's true leviathans have yet to be discovered. Could these creatures be survivors of a lost era? Remnants of an era in which the ocean was ruled by giants? The idea may seem far-fetched, But the discovery of a coelacanth in 1938 proved that entire lineages of ancient creatures can persist undetected for millions of years. If a fish thought to have been extinct for 66 million years can appear alive and well, what else could be lurking in the deepest corners of the sea? Gigantism in the deep sea is not a rare phenomenon. Many species that inhabit the abyss reach enormous sizes compared to their shallow water relatives. The Japanese spider crab, for example, has a wingspan of more than 36 meters, dwarfing other crab species. The giant isopod, a relative of the woodlice that inhabits the deep sea, can reach the size of a house cat. Even common species, such as squid and jellyfish, often reach unusual proportions in the depths. With the absence of predators and the slow metabolism of abyssal creatures allow them to achieve a life expectancy far greater than their surface relatives. This means that the deep sea is not only capable of harboring large creatures, but also favors their growth. If that is the case, what is the true upper size limit in the depths? If colossal squids, giant sharks, and giant eel-like creatures exist, could there be even larger beings hidden in the most remote trenches that only surface when absolutely necessary? For now, we only have fragmented clues, sonar readings suggesting the existence of moving entities of impossible size. Fossil remains pointing to something larger than we currently know, and occasional glimpses of shadowy shapes disappearing into the darkness before they can be properly identified. But as technology advances and we begin to send more exploratory missions to the deepest parts of the ocean, we may soon find answers to questions that have plagued sailors, scientists, and explorers for centuries. What is hiding at the bottom of the ocean? What creatures move in the darkness, invisible, unknown, waiting? And most disturbing of all, what if the largest animals on Earth are those we have yet to discover? Part 10. The Abyssal Beacons. Mysterious lights in the depths. Since human beings began exploring the ocean, they have encountered something disturbing. Lights where there should be no lights. Strange luminous beacons that appear in the depths, blinking in patterns, illuminating the water in an unnatural way. At first, they were dismissed as simple bioluminescent marine creatures, like the natural glow of jellyfish or the flash of deep-sea squid. But as reports continued, it became evident that something much stranger was happening. These lights did not move like known marine life. They were not carried by the current, nor did they blink in a manner consistent with organic bioluminescence. Instead, they seemed controlled, structured, intelligent, almost mechanical. The first documented case of mysterious underwater lights comes from 19th century sailors who described long luminous bands under their ships that stretched for kilometers. Some described them as pulses of white and blue light underwater that shone in the abyss before disappearing. Others claimed that the lights rose from the depths, hovered just below the surface, and then disappeared as if descending back into darkness. Currently, deep-sea submersibles and military vessels have found these lights at depths where sunlight does not penetrate. In regions where no form of life is known to be capable of generating such an intense glow, the reports are chillingly similar. Groups of lights that blink in patterns and move independently of ocean currents. One of the most famous recorded cases took place in 1963, when a United States Navy submarine was conducting routine maneuvers off Puerto Rico. The submarine, moving at a depth of more than 800 feet, detected an unknown object following it at incredible speed. The object appeared as a bright light on sonar, traveling at more than 150 knots, much faster than any known submarine or marine animal. It moved with intention, circling the submarine before abruptly plunging into the abyss. The crew was shocked and unable to explain what they had just witnessed. Then there is the case of the bioluminescent wheels seen by deep-sea fishermen and sailors in the Indian Ocean. Enormous circles of light silently spinning beneath the waves. These wheels are not just faint natural glows. They are enormous, sometimes with diameters of more than 200 feet. Their glow is visible from the decks of passing ships. They suddenly appear spinning as if they were some kind of underwater machinery, only to vanish without a trace. Some researchers suggest that they are due to bioluminescent plankton reacting to water turbulence. But that theory does not explain why the patterns are so geometrically precise or why some lights appear to move against the current. The most disturbing encounters with underwater lights come from submarine crews operating in the ocean's deepest parts. In 1972, a Soviet submarine patrolling the Pacific reported seeing a line of evenly spaced bright objects descending into a trench more than 20,000 feet deep. The lights, which appeared to be spheres that pulsed rhythmically, seemed to move with purpose, as if they were part of some unknown process occurring in the depths. The Soviet Army classified the incident, but rumors about unidentified submerged objects, USO, detected in deep water persisted among naval circles. More recently, in 2014, an underwater research drone off Japan recorded a bright blue structure on the ocean floor. The images, later analyzed by marine biologists, showed a series of lights forming a symmetrical pattern, something that no known marine species can produce. Some argued that it could be the result of natural bioluminescent bacteria. But the structure was too complex and the lights were arranged too perfectly, leading some to speculate that it could be evidence of an unknown phenomenon in the deep sea or something completely different. Could there be unknown forms of life in the depths capable of producing light in ways that we do not yet understand? The deep sea already harbors creatures that defy all expectations. Anglerfish with bioluminescent lures, jellyfish that produce intermittent red pulses, squid that can emit clouds of bright light to confuse predators. But what if some deep-sea organisms have evolved to use bioluminescence as a means of communication or even as a form of complex intelligence, something beyond what we thought possible until now? Another disturbing theory suggests that some of these lights may not be biological at all. Some scientists have speculated about the presence of geothermal activity in the deep sea, where certain mineral-rich hydrothermal vents could emit light due to extreme chemical reactions. But these luminous sources would remain fixed, unlike the mobile, changing, and almost intelligent lights that have been repeatedly reported by submarines and researchers. A more speculative idea suggests that the lights are not of terrestrial origin, but rather evidence of an unknown technology operating in the ocean's depths. Many of the most famous sightings of unidentified flying objects, UFOs, throughout history have been closely related to bodies of water, leading some to wonder if the real mystery lies not in the sky, but in the ocean itself. Could it be that some of these deep-sea lights belong to vehicles or objects beyond our understanding, operating where humans are least likely to look? There are other anomalies that support this idea. Satellite images of Earth at night often reveal unexplained patches of bright light in the middle of the ocean, in regions where there should be no human settlements or ships. Some of these stains remain in place for hours or even days before suddenly disappearing. The official explanation is that they are enormous shoals of bioluminescent fish. However, there has never been any registered case of a shoal large enough to produce that type of glow. The lights of the marine depths continue to be one of the biggest unsolved mysteries of the ocean. They move where they should not. They appear in places where there is no natural source of light. They blink in a way that suggests deliberate control, and sometimes they follow boats before disappearing without leaving a trace. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these encounters is their absolute inconsistency. The lights do not appear regularly nor behave in a predictable way. Some are individual floating beacons. Others form structured patterns, and some seem to react to the presence of boats or nearby submarines. If they were simple bioluminescent organisms, why do they appear in such a selective way? And why do they disappear so completely? What is really hidden in the depths? Is it some form of unknown intelligence, something that existed in the depths long before humans began to explore the ocean? Or is it simply a natural phenomenon that we have not yet managed to understand, something that goes beyond our current knowledge of marine biology? For now, the lights continue to be one of the most disturbing mysteries of the ocean. Silent and blinking signals from the abyss, awaiting an answer that has not yet arrived. Part 11. The Hollow Earth and the Deepest Entrances to the Ocean. The idea that the Earth is hollow, or that it contains vast, unexplored caverns that extend under the crust, is very old. An ancient theory that has endured through mythology, literature, and even scientific speculation. Although modern geology tells us that the Earth's core is a molten mass, strange anomalies continue to feed the idea that there may be more in the interior of our planet than what we currently understand. And if there were entrances to these deep and hidden worlds, where would they be? Some researchers and explorers believe that the deepest ocean trenches may contain the answers. Throughout history, there have been stories of vast subterranean worlds, often populated by unknown beings, ancient civilizations, or creatures lost in time. Many of these legends are centered on cave systems or polar entrances. But there is a critical flaw in these theories. The great majority of the Earth's surface is covered by water, and the deepest places on our planet are found under the ocean. If hidden entrances to a subterranean world existed, the most probable thing is that they would not be found in remote mountain chains or frozen wastelands, but in the depths of the sea. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kermadec Trench are some of the deepest places known to humanity, with a depth of more than 36,000 feet of immersion in the darkness. These are barely explored regions, where the pressures are so intense that even the most advanced submersibles have difficulty operating. And, nevertheless, despite these extreme conditions, there are reports of anomalies, inexplicable structures, unusual sonar readings, and movements that suggest something more than the simple displacement of tectonic plates. In 1997, the NOAA hydrophones detected the bloop in the Pacific Ocean, one of the strongest underwater sounds ever recorded. The sound, different from everything recorded until then, did not correspond with the acoustic profile of any known marine animal nor with any geological phenomenon. Some scientists believe that it was caused by an enormous, unknown marine creature, while others speculate that it could come from a great undiscovered cavern in the depths of the ocean, where the air pockets or the geothermal activity could have created a noise different to everything known until now. But the most disturbing possibility is that the bloop was not a natural phenomenon, but the sound of something moving, something enormous, something hidden. Other strange sounds have been registered in the depths. In 2016, an underwater probe detected what seemed like metallic hammering in the depths of the Puerto Rico Trench. The researchers initially assumed that it must have been caused by natural seismic activity, but the rhythmic nature of the sound, as if something hit rock or metal with precision, gave rise to alternative theories. Could it have been a natural phenomenon, or was it evidence of some unknown force or entity operating in the depths? Then there are the sonar anomalies. Objects detected at impossible depths, sometimes apparently stationary, other times moving at speeds that defy any conventional explanation. The crews of submarines have repeatedly reported sonar readings of structures on the ocean floor that do not match natural formations. Some of these formations seem perfectly symmetrical, rising from the seabed like artificial buildings, only to disappear from the sonar scanners without leaving a trace. Could they be entrances to vast subterranean chambers hidden in the sea depths? In 2012, a research expedition in the South Sandwich Trench detected an enormous void under the ocean floor, a space so big that it defied conventional geological models. The cavity, which appeared completely empty in the sonar scanners, was dismissed as an anomaly. However, a clear explanation was never given. If underground caverns of this magnitude exist under the ocean, how many more could be hidden in the world's deepest and most inaccessible regions? Ancient myths tell of underwater cities, vast lost civilizations that sank beneath the waves. Although most of these accounts, like the legend of Atlantis, are dismissed as allegories, some researchers wonder if they could be distorted memories of real events, memories of civilizations that once thrived not only on the surface, but beneath Earth itself. One of the most persistent theories suggests that the deep ocean trenches could lead to underground deposits, enormous air caverns heated by geothermal sources where unique ecosystems might exist. Could it be possible that certain species evolved in total isolation, creating life forms unknown to science? Some have even speculated that human beings may not be the first intelligent species on Earth, and that the remains of an ancient civilization, which retreated underground long before recorded history, could still be hidden in these subterranean oceans. In 2021, ocean probes detected anomalous heat signals ascending from the Peru-Chile Trench, in a region where no prior volcanic activity had been recorded. The heat patterns were strangely uniform, suggesting the possible existence of a hidden energy source under the ocean floor. Some speculated that it could be evidence of an underground geothermal system, while others suggested something far stranger. Could it be an indication of an artificial energy source, something that doesn't occur naturally? The idea that deep ocean trenches act as entrances to a hidden world may seem far-fetched, but inexplicable events continue to support this theory. In the Arctic, sonar scanners have detected unusual gaps beneath the ice-covered ocean floor, empty spaces where solid rock should be. Some scientists believe they are the result of underwater lava tubes, tunnels created by ancient volcanic activity. But others wonder if the ocean can hide entire mountain ranges, entire ecosystems that we have not yet discovered. What else could be hiding? One of the most mysterious reports of unexplained activity in the deep sea comes from a 1989 Russian submarine patrol, which claimed to have detected a huge moving object under the Antarctic Ocean, traveling at speeds far exceeding known underwater speeds. The object, which appeared as a bright blue mass on sonar, disappeared before it could be identified. But it was not the first time such a phenomenon had been recorded. Similar incidents have been recorded by Soviet submarines throughout the 70s, always in remote areas of the ocean where few human vessels dared venture. Some Russian Navy officers believed that these anomalies were evidence of hidden submarine bases, structures in the depths of the sea that operated beyond the reach of modern technology. The more we explore the ocean, the more we realize how little we truly know. Each expedition to the deep sea discovers new species, new geological formations, and new mysteries that defy explanation. Could it be that our understanding of Earth's structure is incomplete? That the planet we think we know hides something huge beneath its surface? For now, the answers remain elusive. But with each new anomaly detected, each inexplicable sonar reading, and each strange sound that resonates from the abyss, the possibility that something is waiting below becomes increasingly hard to ignore. Perhaps the entrances to a hidden world are not found in the mountains, in the ice, or even on solid ground. Perhaps they have been under the ocean all this time, waiting, hidden by the depths, beyond human discovery. Part 12. The Missing Ships, the Ghost Ships, and the Lost Expeditions of the Depths. The ocean hides many secrets, but few are as disturbing as the stories of ships that set sail and were never seen again. Throughout history, many ships have disappeared into the vast sea, leaving behind nothing more than speculation, unanswered questions, and chilling legends. Some disappear without trace. Others reappear adrift, empty, abandoned, devoid of their crew, as if swallowed by an invisible force. These are not mere legends. These disappearances occur so frequently that entire regions have become famous for them. None more so than the Bermuda Triangle, where ships and planes have been lost in circumstances that defy all logic. But strange disappearances are not exclusive to this infamous stretch of ocean. The deep waters of the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic Oceans hold their own ghostly mysteries. Stories of vessels that have sunk beneath the waves, sometimes reappearing decades later, sometimes never returning. One of the most disturbing maritime disappearances is that of the MV Gita, a merchant ship that disappeared in 1955 while heading from Samoa to the Tokelau Islands. The ship, which was carrying 25 people and a cargo of medical supplies, was due to arrive in 2 days. It never did. 5 weeks later, the Joyita was found adrift more than 600 miles from its course, half submerged, but still afloat. Its cargo had disappeared along with the crew, the lifeboats, and the logbook. The radio was tuned to an emergency channel, but the cables had been cut. Bloodstains were found in the cabin. However, there are no corpses, no clues, nothing to explain what had happened to those on board. Theories range from piracy to mutiny, to a storm or a sudden and inexplicable panic. But there was a disturbing detail that made the mystery even stranger. The Joyita was considered unsinkable due to its robust construction. There was no reason for the crew to abandon ship. It kept floating even after weeks at sea. So why they left? And if they had, where had they gone? No remains of lifeboats were ever found. No remains were ever recovered. It was as if the crew had been torn from the ship and erased from existence. Then there is the case of the Mary Celeste, a ship found adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. It was completely intact, with supplies in place, cargo intact, and no signs of struggle. The only thing missing was the crew. There were no distress signals, no damage suggesting a sudden calamity, nor any reason why the sailors would abandon ship in perfect sailing conditions. To this day, no one knows what happened to them. The Mary Celeste became one of the most famous maritime mysteries of all time, a ghost ship that defied all rational explanation. Other disappearances are even more disconcerting. In 1953, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulfur, disappeared in the Gulf of Mexico. The ship did not send any distress signal. No remains were found. It was as if it had been erased from existence. Similar stories haunt the Devil's Sea, a region of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Japan, where entire fleets of fishing boats have disappeared without any remains reaching shore. Japanese legends speak of dragons under the sea, great beasts that drag ships into the depths, but modern accounts are no less disturbing. Some of those who have survived encounters in the Devil's Sea report unusual magnetic disturbances, strange lights under the water, and the disturbing sensation of being watched. In more recent times, there have been reports of ships that appear to have disappeared only to reappear decades later, silently sailing adrift. One of these cases is that of the SS Arang Medan, a Dutch ship that was found in 1948 in the Strait of Malacca, with all the crew dead, frozen in place, with their mouths open in silent screams and their eyes wide with terror. The radio operator, found with his hands still on the transmitter, had managed to send one last message before dying. All the officers, including the captain, now dead, lay in a navigation room and on the bridge. Possibly the entire crew had died. A second transmission was received shortly after. Two simple words: I die. When the rescue teams boarded the ship, they found no signs of struggle, no blood, no injuries, nothing to indicate an attack or accident. And yet, all the crew members were dead, with their bodies intact, but frozen in expressions of unimaginable horror. Even stranger, before the ship could be towed to port, it suddenly caught fire and exploded, sinking into the sea and taking its secrets with it. Speculation skyrocketed. Some believed it was a case of exposure to poisonous gases. Others suggested it was a supernatural force. There were even theories about secret chemical weapons and unregistered shipments of experimental toxins that had somehow leaked and killed the crew. But, to this day, there is no official explanation of what happened aboard the Arang. The case remains one of the most chilling maritime mysteries ever recorded. But perhaps most disturbing of all are the stories of ghost ships, vessels that are seen for a few moments before disappearing completely. Some sailors speak of gigantic rusty freighters that suddenly appear in the fog without signs of life and disappear as soon as they approach. Others claim to have seen strange, glowing ships that move silently through the water at impossible speeds, as if they belong to another world. One of the best-known legends is that of the Flying Dutchman, a ship condemned to sail the seas forever, unable to reach port, with its ghostly crew condemned to wander eternally. Although most dismiss it as mere folklore, accounts of mysterious ships appearing and disappearing without explanation continue to this day. Could these sightings be glimpses of vessels that have somehow slipped through time, appearing in our world before disappearing back into the unknown? modern technology has done little to unravel these mysteries. In 2018, satellite images detected a huge cargo ship in the middle of the Atlantic that had no registered tracking information, no crew activity, and did not respond to attempts to contact it. It was a vessel that officially did not exist, and before the authorities could investigate further, it simply disappeared from the radar. Are these disappearances the result of natural phenomena, giant waves, underwater earthquakes, and sudden storms that claim the lives of unsuspecting vessels? Or is there something more in the depths? Something we still don't understand? Could there be forces under the ocean capable of eliminating entire ships from existence, as if dragging them into an unknown dimension, an abyss from which there is no return? The mystery of ships disappearing in the ocean continues to torment sailors, researchers, and those who dare to venture into the vast, unexplored waters. Perhaps one day the disappeared will return. Or perhaps the sea keeps its secrets, as always. A cemetery of lost ships that float eternally in the depths. Part 13. The hum of the deep sea, a sound that should not exist. For centuries, the ocean has been a mysterious place, a vast and silent world that hides its secrets well. But sometimes the silence is broken. Around the world, in some of the deepest and most remote waters, there have been reports of strange, unidentifiable sounds emanating from the depths. Sounds so deep, so resonant, so unnatural that they defied explanation. Some of these sounds have been recorded by scientists. Others have been heard by sailors and submarine crews, and still others remain classified by military agencies, never having been made public. One of the most famous sounds is the bloop, a powerful, ultra-low frequency noise detected in 1997 by the NOAA Hydrophone Network in the Pacific Ocean. It didn't resemble anything that had been recorded before. The sound was so loud that it was picked up by multiple listening stations more than 3,000 miles away, suggesting that what produced it was of unimaginable size and power. The official explanation was that it was probably caused by a huge ice earthquake or by the displacement of tectonic plates under the ocean floor, but some researchers were unconvinced. The frequency profile of the bloop did not match any known geological event. In fact, it was more like the sounds produced by living organisms, so speculation was unleashed. Could the bloop be the cry of an unknown marine creature? Something so big that its vocalizations could be heard throughout an entire ocean basin? Could it be a form of communication, an attempt to communicate through the depths? Or was it something even stranger, a sound that was not intended for human ears, a signal from something older than our understanding of the world? Theories emerged linking the bloop to ancient myths, particularly to Lovecraftian horror, as the sound was detected near Point Nemo, the most isolated place on Earth. This point in the Pacific is often associated with legends of sunken civilizations and lost knowledge. And some couldn't help but wonder, had we accidentally stumbled upon something ancient, something waiting beneath the waves? The bloop was not the only strange sound recorded in the ocean. There is the upswept, a series of mechanical tones detected seasonally in the Pacific. First recorded in 1991 and continuing to this day, the sound is cyclical, increasing and decreasing in intensity, almost like an unnatural alarm sounding from the depths. It does not match any known species, nor does it correspond to any volcanic activity. To date, no one knows what causes it, and its location remains unknown, deep in an unexplored region of the ocean floor. Then there is the slow down, a long, downward sound that was captured in 1997, lasted several minutes, and faded into silence. Unlike the bloop, the slowdown was not abrupt. It lingered over time as if something huge was moving, retreating into the depths. Some have speculated that it was caused by a shift in the ice shelf, but others wonder if it was something completely different. A colossal creature diving, disappearing into the abyss where no human could follow. There is also Julia, a chilling sound captured in 1999, which lasted almost 2 minutes. It was strong enough to be captured across the Pacific, and its origin remains unknown. Some believe it was caused by an underwater collapse or a shift in landmass. But, again, the sound did not match any known seismic activity. Instead, it had a strange, distorted tone, almost like a moan, as if something in the depths was calling. One of the strangest sounds ever recorded is the whistle detected in 1997 off the coast of South America. It was sharp, almost artificial, unlike any known marine animal or geological process. Some scientists suggested that it could have been caused by an unknown species of whale. But no whale has ever been found to produce sounds like this. Others theorize that it could be an as-yet undiscovered deep-sea entity, a creature capable of vocalizing at frequencies beyond what is known to science. But the most disturbing sound from the deep sea may be the unidentified hum that has been reported by submarine crews and deep-sea research stations. These sounds are different from the others. They are persistent, rhythmic, and often seem to respond to human presence. Unlike natural sounds, which are random and chaotic, these deep-sea hums follow patterns almost as if they are communicating with each other. In 2016, a team of researchers in the Mariana Trench deployed an autonomous underwater vehicle equipped with sensitive listening devices. What they captured was disturbing. A pulsating, low-pitched hum that continued for hours, varying in pitch and intensity, almost like a song or signal. At first, they assumed it must be interference from their own equipment. But when they checked it, they discovered that the sound came from the depths of the pit, from a point far below the maximum depth of the submersible. This hum has been detected in other places, especially in the Puerto Rico Trench, the South Sandwich Trench, and the Java Trench, all of them among the deepest points in the world. The sound is always the same, a rhythmic low-frequency pulse, but it is never constant in terms of duration or repetition. Some divers have reported hearing strange echoes, as if the hum responded. Others have claimed that their sonar instruments failed while the hum occurred, and their equipment suddenly stopped working without explanation. Could it be that these hums are a form of communication, something that escapes our understanding? Some have suggested that the hums from the deep sea are the result of unknown geological processes, but a conclusive relationship between these and said processes has never been established. Others believe they are caused by marine life, possibly a species yet undiscovered. But the most disturbing theory is that these hums are not natural at all. There are those who believe that the ocean is much older and stranger than we can understand. That under the waves there are things that we should never have heard, signals that were never intended for us. Could it be that the hums are an ancient language, a vestige of something forgotten a long time ago? Or perhaps they are warnings, echoes from the depths, waiting for someone or something to answer. For now, the hum continues. It resonates in the deepest pits, silent to those on land, audible only to the few who dare listen. Until we understand its origin, until we discover its meaning, a question will torment those who study it. Are we listening to something created by life in the deep sea, or are we listening to something that is listening to us? Part 14. The Black Abyss. Theories about a second ocean beneath the oceans. The ocean is vast, deep, and almost incomprehensible in scale. Throughout human history, it has been a mysterious place, a world that has always kept secrets beyond our reach. But what if the real mystery is not only the ocean itself, but what lies beneath? What if there is another ocean under the ocean, a second abyss hidden under the Earth's crust, a completely separate aquatic world that has existed in silence, unknown to science? This is not just science fiction. In 2014, geophysicists made an amazing discovery. They found evidence of a huge reservoir of water under the surface of the Earth, enclosed within a layer of rock known as ringwoodite. This water is not in the form of a lake or ocean as we know them, but is trapped within the molecular structure of the rock itself, forming what some scientists believe is a hidden ocean, 3 times larger than all the surface oceans combined. If this is true, it changes everything. The implications of an underground ocean the size of all the water on Earth are enormous. It suggests that what we know about the water cycle on Earth, its history, and even the origins of life could be incomplete. If there is such a vast deposit under the ocean floor, Could there be huge caverns, submerged continents, or even entire ecosystems hidden within? Could there be something alive down there, evolving completely independently of surface life? The idea of hidden oceans beneath the earth has existed for centuries. Ancient myths from civilizations around the world speak of a world under the waters, a second abyss, a place where the deepest mysteries of creation reside. The Greeks believed in the rivers of the underworld, vast waterways that flowed under the earth and led to invisible realms. The Hindus spoke of Patala, a hidden world beneath the surface full of strange creatures. Even in the Bible, there are references to the sources of the great underground waters that once covered the earth before retreating to hidden deposits. But what if these ancient stories were not myths, but distant memories of something real, something forgotten by time? The discovery of the ringwoodite has led some researchers to speculate that there could be pockets of liquid water under the Earth's crust, forming hidden seas untouched by the surface world. If these underground oceans exist, they could be millions, even billions of years old, remnants of an era when Earth was still forming. These deep, sunless waters would be isolated from the rest of the world, undisturbed for eons. And where there is water, there is the possibility of life. Some scientists theorize that microbial organisms, extremophiles capable of surviving under immense pressure and heat, could thrive in these underground oceans. But others believe that the implications could go further. That, if the conditions were right, entire ecosystems could have evolved in isolation, giving rise to deep-sea creatures unknown to science. In 2018, researchers discovered something strange while studying seismic activity under the Mariana Trench, the ocean's deepest part. Their instruments captured anomalous echoes, signals that suggested that there was something under the seabed that was not solid rock. At first, they thought it was a technical error, but repeated studies yielded the same results. There seemed to be a layer of water under the deepest part of the sea, a void of unknown depth that contained something that absorbed and reflected seismic waves in a way we could not explain. Some have suggested that this could be evidence of a cavern filled with liquid, a vast underground sea in the Pacific depths. Others believe that it may be connected with the ringwoodite ocean, a point where deep water deposits rise near the surface. But if that is the case, even more questions arise. What else is down there? If such a place exists, it would be one of the most extreme environments on Earth. A lightless abyss where the crushing pressures of the upper ocean give way to even greater forces under the crust. The temperature would be scorching, heated by geothermal energy. The water would be saturated with dissolved minerals, completely different from everything found in our known oceans. Without sunlight, without surface influence, a world isolated from time itself. Could a completely separate branch of evolution have arisen there? Life on Earth has been shaped by the sun. But what about life that has never seen light? In the deepest parts of the ocean, we already find creatures that defy all expectations. Transparent fish, bioluminescent predators, beings that create their own light in the eternal darkness. If life can thrive in the deepest trenches, it is logical to think that it could exist even further down, where no one has looked before. And if such a world exists, it could explain some of the strangest anomalies ever recorded at sea. Mysteries that do not have an easy explanation. Throughout history, sailors have reported unusual disturbances at sea. Places where the water seems to stir from below, as if something far below the waves were moving, rising, shifting. These places are not related to volcanoes or geothermal sources. Some believe that they are points of contact between the known and the hidden ocean, where water from the underground abyss rises and mixes with the surface world for brief moments before retreating again. Anomalies have also been recorded in sonars, places where the ocean floor appears much deeper than it should, forming sudden voids and unevenness that do not appear on maps. Some speculate that they could be tunnels that lead to hidden oceans, places where the Earth's surface is thinner and water seeps into a greater abyss. And then there are the deep, resonant sounds of alien nature, recorded in the darkness of the ocean, where no human being should hear them. Some of these sounds are low-frequency pulses, rhythmic and repetitive, almost mechanical. Others are long and mournful, like whales, sounds that do not belong to any known form of marine life. Could they be the echoes of creatures from the second ocean resonating in the depths? Or could they be something else? Signals, warnings, voices calling from a place we have not yet reached. The idea of an ocean under the ocean is terrifying because it suggests something much bigger than we can understand. If such a place exists, it could be a world within another world, an abyss so vast that it has remained hidden for billions of years. It could contain the oldest and strangest life on Earth, organisms that evolved without ever reaching the surface. It could be a place of extreme pressure and darkness, where something else has been waiting, invisible and inaudible until now. Perhaps the strangest thought of all is this. If there's an ancient separate ocean under the surface, what if something down there already knows of our existence? If we are only now discovering evidence of it, how long has it been aware of us? There is much about the ocean that we still do not understand. But as we continue to explore, sending more probes, more submersibles, and more sonar scanners into the depths, will we finally discover what is hidden under the waves? And if we do, we must ask ourselves, are we prepared for what we may find? Part 15. The Abyssal Giants. Could titanic creatures lurk in the deepest trenches? The human imagination has always been attracted to the idea of giants, immense beings from another world that loom on the limits of myths and legends. From the titans of ancient Greece to the Leviathan of biblical texts, cultures around the world have long harbored the idea that gigantic creatures lurk beyond our reach, hidden in places where light does not reach. But what if it is not just a legend? What if in the depths of the unexplored abyss of the ocean, there are creatures that defy all expectations of biology and scale? Science tells us that life follows a pattern, that organisms are shaped by their environment, limited by the physical forces of the world around them. But the more we delve into the ocean, the more we discover that the rules of life seem to bend in impossible ways. The creatures that live on the seabed survive under pressures 1,000 times greater than on the surface. Some generate their own light. Others flourish in boiling hydrothermal vents. And others live for hundreds of years in a state of almost total stasis. If life is so adaptable, so resilient, what else could exist in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the ocean? There are over 30 deep ocean trenches scattered throughout the world's oceans, including the Mariana Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, the South Sandwich Trench, and the Tonga Trench. These abysses extend thousands of kilometers along the seabed, penetrating deep into the crust of the Earth and forming environments so extreme that sunlight can never penetrate them. They are vast, lightless, and virtually unexplored. And it is here, in these completely isolated places, that some believe the abyssal giants may be hiding. One of the most terrifying possibilities of these trenches is that we would have no way of knowing if something huge really resides inside. Despite our technological advances, human exploration of ocean depths is limited. The vast majority of images of the seabed come from remotely operated vehicles or submersibles that can only withstand a fraction of the actual depth of the ocean. Sonar maps give us a vague outline of the trenches, but nothing detailed enough to reveal what may be lurking within. If a creature larger than any we have documented lived at the bottom of the abyss, we simply would not know. And yet, there are hints, strange sonar readings, unidentified deep sounds, and account from deep-sea submersibles suggesting something enormous could be moving in the depths. One of the most famous cases occurred in 1997 when the bloop was detected. The magnitude of the sound suggested that, if it had been produced by an animal, it must have been larger than the blue whale, the largest known creature on Earth. Although scientists later suggested that the sound could have been caused by an underwater earthquake, the truth is that the bloop's acoustic signature was more like a biological noise than geological activity. Could it have been the cry of something ancient, something so big that it had remained undiscovered simply because it never needed to approach the surface? Then there's the case of the Ningon, a 15-meter humanoid sea creature rumored to have been sighted in Antarctic waters. Reports from Japanese research ships describe a pale, enormous being with a vaguely human shape, moving effortlessly under the ice. Some dismiss the Ningon as a misidentified whale or an optical illusion caused by ice formations, but others remain convinced that there is more to this story. Could the Ningon be an example of an unknown species inhabiting the darkest depths of the Southern Ocean? Countless strange sonic anomalies have been detected in deep ocean trenches. These are massive moving objects that appear on sonar screens briefly before disappearing. Some submarine crews have reported unidentified objects moving rapidly underwater at impossible speeds. A particularly disturbing account comes from a Russian submarine patrolling in 1989, which detected a huge bright blue object moving at a depth of more than 20,000 feet, far beyond the reach of any known marine life. The object remained on sonar for minutes before disappearing without a trace. In 2012, marine researchers exploring the depths of the Puerto Rico Trench captured images of a huge shadowy shape moving beyond their submersible lights. The object was too large to be a known deep-sea creature, but before they could adjust their equipment to get a better view, it disappeared. The images remain inconclusive, a blurry reminder that there are still places in the ocean where the unknown reigns. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for the existence of abyssal giants does not come from science, but rather from the stories of sailors, fishermen, and deep-sea divers who claim to have encountered huge, identifiable creatures. From the legends of the Kraken, a monstrous squid said to drag entire ships under the waves, to modern reports of huge serpentine beings sighted in the open sea, the idea of giants of the depths has persisted for centuries. In 2015, researchers from the Ocean Research Project recorded what appeared to be a tentacular appendage of impossible size with an underwater camera placed at a depth of 3,000 meters. The images, although blurred by sea currents, showed a limb that dwarfed the submersible itself. Some speculated that it could belong to a colossal squid, a species already known to reach lengths of up to 46 feet. But others wondered if it could be something even larger, an unknown species never fully documented. If abyssal giants exist, why do they remain so hidden? The answer may be simple. They don't need to leave the depths. Unlike marine life inhabiting the surface, which depends on sunlight and oxygen-rich waters, deep-sea creatures thrive in total darkness, extreme cold, and crushing pressure. If there were a species of huge, slow predators at the bottom of the ocean, they would have no reason to rise to the surface. They could exist in isolation, feeding on deep-sea ecosystems, completely undetectable to the human eye. There's one last idea to consider. If creatures of immense size exist in the deepest trenches, how long have they been there? Could they be vestiges of an ancient world, survivors from an era before humans appeared on Earth? The ocean is billions of years old, and during that time, species have emerged and disappeared, some extinct and others evolving into forms we cannot imagine. If there is something truly titanic in the depths, it is possible that it has been watching us since long before we thought to observe it. And if that is the case, then the question is not whether we will find it, but whether it decides to reveal itself to us. Part 16. The Silent Observers. Are they watching us from the depths? The ocean inspires as much awe as it does fear. It is a realm that remains largely unexplored. More than 80% of its depth is still unmapped by human technology. But among the mysteries of the depths, a most disturbing question remains. Could we be watched from beneath the waves? Could there be entities, ancient and intelligent, watching us from the abyss, hidden in the crushing darkness, where no human has ever ventured? The idea that the ocean hides more than marine life is not new. Sailors and fishermen have long told stories of strange lights appearing under the waves, unknown shapes moving beyond the reach of their boats, and huge, silent objects following them for kilometers on the open sea. These stories have been dismissed by skeptics as tricks of the light, misidentified marine animals, or the effects of exhaustion and fear. But what if there is more to these stories? What if these reports, which spans centuries and appear in countless cultures around the world, hint at a deeper, more disturbing reality. Throughout history, there have been recorded cases of ships followed by mysterious underwater objects. Unlike known marine animals, which tend to avoid human activity, these objects appear to behave with intentionality, following ships and matching their speed, even maneuvering in ways that defy the laws of physics as we understand them. One of the best documented cases occurred in 1963 during a training exercise by the United States Navy off the coast of Puerto Rico. A submarine in the maneuvers detected an object moving rapidly beneath it. At first, it was thought to be another submarine, but as they followed its movement, they realized that it was moving at an impossible speed, more than 150 knots, well above the capacity of any known vessel. The object seemed to react to the submarine's position, changing course each time that the Navy vessel moved away. For more than 4 hours, it followed them, submerging under radar, resurfacing, and eventually disappearing without a trace. This was not an isolated case. Reports from both civilian and military sources have described unidentified submerged objects, or UFOs, moving with a speed, agility, and stealth that no modern technology should be able to achieve. Unlike traditional unidentified flying objects, UFOs, which are often observed in the sky, USOs are seen underwater, emerging from the depths and disappearing back into the ocean. What makes these reports so disturbing is that they suggest an invisible presence beneath the waves, capable of advanced movements, and, perhaps more chilling, that it appears to be aware of us. These objects have been reported by naval officers, airline pilots, and deep-sea researchers, all of whom have described the same pattern. Unknown objects appear out of nowhere, move inexplicably, and disappear as suddenly as they arrive. Could it be that these objects are not of human origins? If so, the implications are immense. What are they? Where do they originate? And perhaps most importantly, why are they here? Some researchers believe these unidentified objects could be extraterrestrial. But instead of arriving from the sky, they may have been hidden in our oceans for centuries or millennia. This theory suggests that the ocean, with its vast, unexplored depths, could be the perfect hiding place for a non-human intelligence. Unlike the sky, which is constantly observed by satellites, telescopes, and airplanes, the ocean is an almost invisible frontier, a place where something could exist undetected for thousands of years. But there is another, even more disturbing, possibility. What if they aren't visitors? What if these entities, whatever they are, have always been here long before humans existed? Ancient myths and legends often speak of beings dwelling beneath the waves, entities older than time. The Sumerians wrote about Enki, the god of the abyss, who watched over humanity from the depths of the ocean. The Dogon tribe of Africa has long maintained that their ancestors were visited by amphibious beings from the Sirius star system, who came from the water and imparted their knowledge to them before disappearing back into the depths. The Greeks believed in Triton, Poseidon's son, who lived in the depths and controlled the seas around the world. From the Norse tales of Jörmungandr, the world serpent that lives under the ocean, to the Japanese legends of Ryujin, the dragon god who lived in an underwater palace, civilizations have long spoken of intelligent entities that exist beneath the waves. Could these myths be vestiges of a forgotten truth? It is possible that, if such beings exist, they have remained hidden for good reason. The ocean is the ultimate sanctuary, a place where an advanced species could exist undetected, studying us from a distance, and moving through trenches and submarine canyons that no human can reach. If they have been here for thousands, perhaps millions of years, they may have learned to avoid detection, revealing themselves only briefly. And yet, in recent years, USO sightings have increased, with modern technology allowing us to explore the ocean as never before. Could we be getting too close to something we were never meant to find? In 2021, the U.S. government officially acknowledged declassified Navy footage showing unknown objects moving through the ocean before launching into the sky at impossible speed. Military pilots and intelligence officials confirmed that these were not man-made vehicles and that their propulsion systems defied everything we know about aerodynamics. Some speculate that these objects come from underwater bases hidden in the vast, unexplored regions of the deep ocean. If this is the case, it suggests a level of technological sophistication beyond our understanding. A civilization that has remained completely separate from ours, operating in the shadows of our world. But the most chilling question of all remains unanswered. What do they want? If these entities have watched us for centuries, what is their purpose? Are they simply observing, gathering data, studying human civilization as an experiment? Or are they waiting for something? It is terrifying to think that somewhere in the ocean's depths, there are eyes watching us. Even now, invisible, silent, waiting under the waves. Perhaps they have always been there, forming part of a hidden world that we are only now beginning to glimpse. Or perhaps, as some fear, they wait for the moment when we finally see them as they really are. If that day comes, we must ask ourselves, will we be prepared? Or, like so many others before us, will we simply disappear under the waves, leaving behind only whispered legends about something unknown, something that watches us, something that waits in the depths? Part 17. The Missing Ships, Disappearances that Defied Explanation Throughout History. The vast and mysterious ocean has swallowed entire ships without a trace. Some of these disappearances can be explained by storms, human error, or mechanical failures. But there are others, cases that defy logic, disappearances that leave no remains, no distress calls, no survivors. They're the maritime enigmas that haunt the most remote waters of the world. Stories of vessels that set sail only to be consumed by something unknown. For centuries, sailors have feared the sea not only for its unpredictable nature, but also for inexplicable events that seem to defy reason and physics. The most infamous of these regions is the Bermuda Triangle, a vast expanse of ocean between Florida, the Bermudas, and Puerto Rico, where dozens of ships and planes have disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Some dismiss the Bermuda Triangle as a mere myth fueled by coincidence, but others believe that something unnatural lurks beneath the surface. One of the most perplexing cases in the Bermuda Triangle occurred in 1918 when the U.S. Cyclops, a huge naval cargo ship, disappeared with 306 crew members on board. The ship was making a routine voyage from Brazil to Baltimore, transporting manganese, when it disappeared without sending a distress signal or leaving a trace. Despite one of the largest search efforts in naval history, no trace of the Cyclops was ever found. Theories about its fate range from sudden giant waves to catastrophic structural failures. But some researchers suggest something much stranger, that the ship may have fallen into a hidden underwater vortex, dragged into an abyss that lies beyond human comprehension. Even more disturbing than the disappearances themselves are the accounts of ships that reappear empty and abandoned, as if their crew members have been torn from existence by an invisible force. The MV Joyita is one such case. In 1955, the merchant ship sailed from Samoa with 25 passengers and crew members on board. It was supposed to be a short trip of only 2 days through calm waters. But weeks later, the Joya was found adrift more than 600 miles off course, with no one aboard. When the rescuers boarded the ship, they encountered a disturbing scene. The lifeboats were missing. The radio was tuned to the emergency frequency, but had not sent any signal, and there were bloodstains on the deck. Even stranger, the ship was still seaworthy. Despite some water having entered, there was no reason for the crew to abandon it. However, they had left without any explanation, without a single corpse being found. Theories about the fate of the Joya range from piracy to a sudden attack by unknown forces. But some believe the answer lies deeper. The Pacific Ocean, vast and largely unexplored, is home to some of the deepest trenches on Earth. If something unknown had emerged from the depths, could it have taken the crew? Could there be forces in the ocean that not only sink ships, but erase from the face of the earth those who get too close to the unknown? One of the most chilling maritime disappearances is that of the Carol A. Deering. Deering, a five-masted schooner that was found completely abandoned in 1921 off the coast of North Carolina. The ship was in perfect condition. Its cargo was still intact. The food was on the table, as if the crew had just eaten. Even the captain's log was left behind. But the entire crew had vanished. Their personal belongings, the navigation equipment, even the lifeboats were missing. However, there were no signs of struggle. Theories about the Deering range from mutiny to piracy. But the disturbing thing about the scene, a ship found in perfect condition, abandoned in the middle of the crossing, as if its crew had been torn from time, has led some to wonder if something supernatural was at stake. Could there be areas in the ocean where reality is unstable? Some researchers speculate that electromagnetic anomalies, areas of the Earth's magnetic field that behave erratically, could cause disturbances in navigation, communications, even human perception. Others suggest there may be hidden whirlpools capable of dragging entire ships into underwater caverns where they are never seen again. But what if the answer is stranger still? Legends from cultures speak of sea spirits, ghostly entities that lure sailors into the depths. The Greeks spoke of sirens, beings whose songs could bewitch men and lead them to their doom. The Norse believed in the Hafsra, a spirit of the sea that lured ships into the fog so they would never return. Could these stories be vestiges of real encounters, accounts of an intelligence that exists in the ocean, watching, waiting, occasionally reaching out to claim those who venture too far? One of the strangest aspects of maritime disappearances is the fact that they continue to occur today. In 2015, the cargo ship El Faro disappeared off the coast of the Bahamas with 33 crew members. At that time, a Category 4 hurricane was hitting the area, but El Faro was a large, well-equipped ship with modern communication systems and a seasoned crew. And yet, it disappeared so completely that it took over a year to locate the remains. When investigators finally recovered the ship's black box, they hoped for answers. Instead, what they found only deepened the mystery. There were no signs of panic among the crew, no clear causes of failure, no distress calls beyond a single disturbing transmission. The captain's voice was cut off mid-sentence. Something happened aboard El Faro, something that left no time for explanations. Then there are the ghost ships, vessels that reappeared decades after disappearing, sailing empty on the high seas. In 2014, a Japanese fishing boat lost in the 2011 tsunami was found adrift near Canada, completely intact after 3 years at sea. How it stayed afloat, how it survived the storms, remains a mystery. And perhaps the scariest thing of all is that if these ships had not been found, their stories would have simply faded into history, like so many others. There are places in the ocean where ships vanish, where the water remains disturbingly calm, where compasses spin and GPS systems fail. Some of these places have been documented. The Dragon Triangle off Japan, the Sargasso Sea in the Atlantic, and the vast, empty expanses of the Southern Ocean. Could these places be gateways, portals to something else? Perhaps the reason so many ships disappear without a trace is that they do not sink as we understand it. Perhaps they fall into another realm, another dimension, something beyond modern science. And if that is the case, what would that mean for the crews? Have they simply vanished? Or could they be trapped somewhere beyond rescue teams, lost in a place where time no longer exists? The ocean is vast, ancient, and full of secrets that we do not yet understand. And as long as ships continue to disappear without explanation, as long as ghostly vessels continue to reappear without signs of life, we will continue to wonder what force, what intelligence, what unknown power lurks beneath the waves. And will we ever understand it before it claims another victim? Part 18. The Shadow and Abyss. Do creatures of the deep sea grow beyond imagination? The ocean depths are a world of giants. It is a realm where creatures live in isolation, cut off from the surface world, where immense pressure, eternal darkness, and an abundance of space create unique conditions on Earth. This isolation has given rise to some of the strangest and most alien life forms ever recorded. Giant squids, abyssal jellyfish with tentacles that extend the length of a school bus, and ancient sharks that drift through the depths like living fossils. But for every creature we have documented, countless more remain unseen. The truth is, we have barely scratched the surface of what lies beneath. Scientists estimate that over 90% of ocean species remain undiscovered. And in the deepest trenches, where light does not reach and pressure exceeds 16,000 pounds per square inch, there is life in forms we still cannot imagine. And there is a question that haunts deep-sea researchers. What is the true size limit to life in the abyss? How much can something really grow? The phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism is a mystery in itself. In the ocean, animals tend to grow larger the deeper they live. A strange and counterintuitive fact that has baffled scientists for decades. Giant isopods, which resemble enormous prehistoric pill bugs, grow up to 20 times larger than their shallow water relatives. The colossal squid, a creature so elusive that only a few have been captured, is believed to reach lengths of up to 60 feet. Some deep-sea jellyfish have tentacles that extend more than 36 meters, almost the length of a blue whale. These creatures exist in an alien world where evolution has had millions, perhaps billions, of years to create monsters that escape our understanding. If some of these species have already reached such inconceivable sizes, what else could lurk in the unexplored trenches of the abyss? One of the most infamous legends of a deep-sea giant is the Kraken, a mythological cephalopod said to be able to drag entire ships onto the waves. For centuries, these stories were dismissed as sailor superstitions. But modern science has revealed that there may be some truth to them. In the 19th century, reports began to appear of gigantic tentacles reaching the coasts, much larger than any known species. Whales were found with suction cups scars the size of plates, suggesting battles with something truly enormous. These findings led to the discovery of the giant squid, a creature that had never been seen alive until a few years ago, but that has existed in the depths for millions of years. But the giant squid was only the beginning. In the late 20th century, marine biologists discovered evidence of something even bigger. The colossal squid, a species with hooks embedded in its tentacles, capable of growing even larger than its giant cousin. And yet, we have never documented a fully developed specimen. If these creatures can reach lengths of 60 feet, could there be something even bigger hidden beyond our reach? In 2007, Japanese researchers conducting deep-sea studies captured something unusual on sonar in the Mariana Trench. At first, they believed it was a geological anomaly, a huge, shifting shape the size of a battleship. But then it moved. The object rose from the seabed, floated for a moment, and then descended again, disappearing into the darkness. The researchers were baffled. No known species moves like that at that depth. No submarine was reported in the area. No geological process could explain it. Could it be an unknown marine creature, something beyond our understanding? Another compelling case comes from naval sonar operators who have reported detecting large moving objects in the depths of the ocean. Objects that eclipse even the largest known marine creatures. These reports are rarely made public, but those who have analyzed the data describe biological signals suggesting that it is something alive, something huge, something that moves with deliberate intention. If deep-sea gigantism follows the same evolutionary principles that we see in known species, then, in theory, there could be creatures much larger than anything we have ever imagined. These hypothetical creatures, sometimes called shadow leviathans, would be beyond our ability to study, hidden in the deepest and most inaccessible parts of the ocean, places where even our most advanced technology struggles to survive. Some researchers believe that extreme environments, such as hydrothermal vents, ocean trenches, and abyssal plains could harbor megapora on a scale never seen before. These creatures would need enormous sources of food, which raises another question. What do they eat? One theory suggests that these creatures could be slow-moving scavengers that inhabit the depths and feed on carcasses of whales and other large marine animals that float to the bottom of the sea. When a whale dies and sinks, its body becomes a self-sufficient ecosystem that sustains life in the deep sea for decades. But what if some of these carcasses do not reach the bottom of the sea? What if something intercepts them along the way and eats them before they reach the bottom? There have been recorded cases of dead whales sinking rapidly and their bodies disappearing without explanation. No scavengers, no remains. Could there be something lurking in the darkness? And then there are the eyewitness accounts, stories from sailors, submariners, and deep-sea divers who claim to have seen impossible creatures in the depths. In 1959, a Soviet submarine reported an encounter with an unknown entity while patrolling the Pacific. According to the crew, their sonar detected a huge object below them, larger than the submarine itself. As they watched it, the object began to rise too fast for any known marine life form. Panicked, the crew shut down all essential systems, hoping to avoid detection. For almost an hour, the object remained suspended below them, then disappeared suddenly. To this day, there is still no official explanation of what they found. Similar reports have emerged from deep-water oil drillers, commercial fishermen, and even military divers, all describing huge, slow-moving creatures defying classification. Some describe huge, undulating forms moving with an unsettling fluidity. Others report dark silhouettes in the darkness, hundreds of meters in length. Could they be the remains of an ancient world? Creatures that have existed in total isolation for millions of years, growing to unimaginable sizes in the lightless void. The ocean is not just vast. It is a time capsule, a place where species have survived unchanged since the age of dinosaurs. If something huge still exists in the depths, we may never know. Perhaps the most chilling thing is not whether these creatures exist, but how many do. If evolution in the deep sea has continued unhindered for millions of years, these giants may not be isolated anomalies, but a whole hidden ecosystem. A world of huge, invisible predators that move through the abyssal plains without a trace, except for some fleeting sonar reading. And if they have survived so long undetected, a disturbing final question arises. Do they know of our existence? The ocean has always kept its secrets. It hides life forms that defy the imagination, creatures that have never been seen, predators that have never been named. And perhaps in the deepest trenches, there are things too big, too old, and too intelligent to reveal themselves. The ocean does not belong to us. It never has. It is a separate world, an alien realm, a place where the unknown still reigns. And somewhere in the abyss, beyond the reach of human eyes, something huge moves, something watches, something waits, and perhaps we will never know what it is until it decides to reveal itself. Part 19. The Abyssal Mermaids. Do unknown creatures lure sailors to their doom? Is the ocean a place of whispers? For those who have spent their lives at sea, it is not just a mass of water, but a living being that murmurs, grows, and sometimes calls. Throughout history, there have been countless stories of sailors who have heard voices in the wind, melodies floating among the waves, and inexplicable sounds coming from beneath the surface. Sometimes these sounds lead men into dangerous waters, dragging them towards reefs, whirlpools, or the vast nothingness of open ocean. Sometimes they lure them into the depths, never to return. The idea of oceanic mermaids, beings that lure sailors to their doom with song, has existed for thousands of years. In Greek mythology, mermaids were said to be beautiful but deadly creatures. Their hypnotic voices were capable of driving men mad. They were not mermaids, but something darker, something predatory, often depicted with bodies of birds or sea monsters, perched on rocky islands where the ships of their victims crashed against the cliffs. The Norse had Hafsro, a spirit of the deep sea that watched over the ocean and guided or diverted sailors at will. In Celtic folklore, there were the Selkies, creatures that could take human form, but belonged to the sea and always returned. Could these myths be fragments of an older, real truth? A warning passed down from generation to generation about something that exists under the waves, something that can call, something that can manipulate perception and reason. In the modern era, The strange sounds recorded in the depths of the ocean have added a new, disturbing layer to the mystery. Scientists have detected very unusual underwater sounds, many of which remain unexplained. Some of these signals resemble whale songs, but do not match any known species. Others sound almost artificial, with patterns that suggest intelligence, rhythmic pulses that resemble language. But the most disturbing sounds are those that seem to mimic human voices, soft and distant, as if something were speaking just beyond understanding. One such case occurred in 1991, when a Soviet submarine patrolling the Arctic reported picking up a faint, melodic sound on sonar. At first, the crew believed it was an intercepted radio transmission, but upon analyzing the signal, they realized that it was coming from the depths of the ocean. The sound resembled a song, but no marine life form could produce it. Even stranger, the pitch of the sound changed each time the submarine changed direction, almost as if the source was aware of its movements. The crew, shocked by the experience, later referred to the incident as the whisper of the depths, an expression that has since been used in other reports of unexplained oceanic vocalizations. Then there is the case of the Pacific Hume, a mysterious low-frequency sound detected off the coasts of Japan, Hawaii, and California. It has been described as a distant song, one that seems to vibrate just below the range of the human ear. Some deep-sea divers have stated that, while submerged in the affected regions, they experienced a strange feeling of unease, as if something invisible was present nearby. Some have even reported hearing soft murmurs, as if something spoke to them just beyond the limit of perception. Could there be something in the ocean capable of producing sounds that influence human consciousness? Could certain frequencies induce hallucinations, divert sailors from their course, or even force them to abandon ship? There have been real cases of mass disorientation at sea, where experienced sailors have suddenly found themselves confused, their navigation skills apparently altered by an unknown force. One of these cases occurred in 1840 aboard the French ship L'Île, found adrift in the Atlantic with its crew missing and without signs of struggle. The ship was intact, its cargo untouched, but all the lifeboats were missing, as if the crew had voluntarily abandoned the safety of the ship. The survivors of similar cases, although few, have described an overwhelming compulsion to abandon their boats, even in calm waters. Some have spoken of hearing a voice calling their name from the ocean, of seeing something just below the surface too large and strange to understand. Could it be that some deep-sea creatures do not hunt with teeth and tentacles, but with sound? Some marine researchers believe that certain frequencies, particularly infrasound below the range of the human ear, can cause sensations of unease, paranoia, and even hallucinations. If an unknown species of the deep sea had evolved to use sound as a weapon, it could theoretically manipulate the minds of those who hear it, plunging them into confusion or forcing them into the water. And then there are cases where ships are found adrift with no trace of the crew, but with everything else intact. In 1975, a research vessel exploring the deepest regions of the Indian Ocean disappeared for 3 weeks. When it was finally discovered, the ship was intact, with the engines running, but not a single person remained aboard. Even stranger, the last entries in the navigation log described unidentified voices coming from the depths, voices that none of the crew could explain. The last entry recorded in the logbook, written by an officer a few hours before the ship's disappearance, contained only one sentence. "They are calling us." No explanation was ever found. The lifeboats had disappeared, but no distress signal was ever sent. The corpses were never recovered. This chilling incident is not unique. Throughout history, there have been dozens of cases where completely abandoned ships have been discovered, with no signs of struggle, no water damage, no mechanical failures, no piracy, only with empty decks and the crew missing. Could there be something under the waves that hunts not with physical force, but with influence? If we consider that sound travels much more efficiently underwater than in the air, it is conceivable that certain unknown species, intelligent or not, can produce sounds that affect the human brain in ways we do not yet understand. Perhaps some deep-sea predators do not need to chase their prey. Perhaps they simply call to them, and they come. If this is true, an even darker question arises. How long have these creatures been around? And how many people have they already taken? It is often taken for granted that sailors lost at sea have drowned, and that their bodies have never been recovered. But if there is something in the depths that can call them, something that voluntarily draws them into the darkness, then the truth could be much more terrifying than we have ever imagined. There is a reason why the ocean is full of legends about voices in the water, about ghostly songs that divert men, about ships abandoned for no apparent reason. There's a reason why so many sailors have spoken of a presence in the depths, something that watches, something that waits. Perhaps the sirens of myths were never a mere superstition. Perhaps they were a warning, one that we have ignored for too long. Because if something calls us from beneath the waves, someday we might hear it ourselves. And when that moment comes, the question will not be what it is, but whether we will be able to resist the call before it is too late. Part 20. The hidden giants of the ocean are its megapornography, which we have not yet discovered. The immensity of the ocean is impossible to fully understand. It extends across the entire planet, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface. And yet, despite centuries of exploration, we have barely begun to understand what lies beneath the waves. Although we have mapped the land, although we have traced mountain ranges, deserts, and forests, the ocean remains a dark frontier with its unexplored depths and its unresolved mysteries. And among those mysteries, one question looms above the rest. Are there creatures in the depths that surpass even our most ambitious imagination? We often assume that the largest animals on the planet, whales, sharks, and giant squids, are the true giants of the sea. But what if they are just the best documented? What if beings of unimaginable size are hidden in the abyss? Creatures so enormous and elusive that they have remained beyond our discovery. There are reasons to believe this may be true. One is the enormous volume of unexplored ocean. More than 80% of the ocean remains unmapped still. Its oceanic trenches and basins are as unknown to us as are the surfaces of distant moons. The deepest point on Earth, the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, sinks almost 7 miles below the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is high. If a creature of immense size existed at these depths, how would we know? We would not know. In recent years, evidence has begun to emerge suggesting we may not be alone in the ocean depths. From unidentified sonar readings to massive objects moving rapidly under the waves, the clues are there, waiting to be gathered. One of the most convincing incidents occurred in 1997, when a sound unlike any previously recorded resonated in the Pacific. It became known as bloop. It was not a typical marine sound. It did not correspond to the vocalizations of any known whale species, nor was it the result of underwater volcanic activity. Instead, it was grave and organic, incredibly strong, and spread thousands of kilometers. For years, scientists debated its origin. Some theorized that it was the sound of an enormous, unknown marine creature, something so large its calls could be heard in all oceanic basins. Others suggested an unknown geological phenomenon, a mass of ice moving in the deep Antarctic waters. But the disturbing fact remains that, if the bloop was biological, then what produced it was larger than any known marine animal, larger than the blue whale, the largest animal ever recorded. The idea that there are hidden giant marine creatures is not just speculation alone. It is something that our own technology has begun to hint at. Military sonar operators have reported detecting giant moving objects in the sea depths, objects that travel at speeds no whale or shark could reach. They are known as unidentified submerged objects, USOs, and their sightings go back decades. In 1960, during a mission in the Pacific depths, oceanographer Jacques Piccard and U.S. Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh descended to the Mariana Trench in the Bathyscaphe Trieste. As they approached the trench bottom, something huge moved beneath them. Piccard reported seeing a changing shape just out of reach of his lights. Something huge, but impossible to define. The ship trembled as if trapped in the presence of something powerful. When they returned to the surface, they could give no explanation. There have been similar reports from deep-water oil drillers, commercial fishermen, and even submarine crews. Accounts of unidentified masses moving beneath them, distorting sonar, and changing direction with unnatural agility. In some cases, these objects have been estimated to be hundreds of meters long, move too fast for a whale, and are too unpredictable to be a common fish. And then there are the eyewitness accounts, stories of sailors who encounter something in the water too big to understand. One of these accounts comes from a whaling crew off the South American coast in the early 20th century, when a huge shadow appeared near their ship. At first, they believed it was a herd of whales moving together. But as the shadow rose, they realized it was a single entity, a huge, swaying shape that dwarfed their ship. The creature never fully surfaced, but for minutes they watched it as it floated away, with a size too large to be able to process it. Could it be an unknown species of giant whale? Or was it something completely different? The idea of megaporas, beasts of unimaginable size lurking in the depths, is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Throughout history, there have been documented cases of discovered species that defied all expectations. In 1938, a fisherman off the coast of South Africa captured a coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed to have been extinct for 66 million years. And yet, there it was, alive and well, a relic from a lost world. If a fish can remain undiscovered for millions of years, what else could be hiding beneath the ocean's surface? Some marine biologists believe that deep-sea gigantism, a phenomenon by which species of the abyss reach enormous sizes, could account for some of the strange encounters reported at sea. Creatures like the colossal squid, which can reach more than 12 meters long, are examples of how life in the depths operates on a completely different scale. What if there were a species of whale, much larger than any we have recorded, that lived beyond the reach of human detection? What if there were an ancient life form, a relic of an era when marine reptiles dominated the seas, that still lurked in the trenches and only surfaced when it decided to? Then there are the ancient legends passed down from generation to generation that describe creatures so large they could capsize ships, beings with bodies like mountains and eyes like lanterns in the darkness. The indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest tell of the Nataka, a huge serpentine beast that lurks under the water and can bring entire whales down in one bite. The Leviathan of biblical texts is described as a huge marine creature too powerful for mortal men to kill. Could these myths be echoes of real encounters, distorted by time? Perhaps the biggest argument in favor of the existence of unknown giants in the ocean is the simple fact that we have never really looked for them. Our knowledge of marine life is based almost entirely on species that approach the surface. However, the depths of the ocean are a completely different world, an unexplored kingdom where anything could exist beyond our exploration's reach. What if in the sea's darkest corners are creatures that have remained unchanged for millions of years? What if they are still there, moving silently under the waves, too big, deep, and intelligent to be captured by our instruments? The ocean is a world where surface laws do not apply, where pressure and time have forged life beyond our understanding. And somewhere in those unseen depths, something huge could still be moving. Something older than our civilization is. Something that has watched us from below for millennia. And perhaps, when the time comes, we will not be the ones to discover it. Perhaps it will be the one who decides to reveal itself to us. And when that day comes, we will finally know the answer to a question that has plagued humanity since ships first set sail. What exactly awaits us below the waves here? Part 21. The eternal observers remain. Are there intelligent beings in deep? The ocean is a place of shadows, a world where sight is useless, where sound reigns, and where survival depends on instincts perfected over millions of years. It is easy to think of it as a realm of beasts, a domain ruled by blind, alien creatures that exist in total indifference to the world above. But what if this assumption is simply wrong? What if under the waves there are beings that are not only survivors of the abyss, but even more, What if the deep sea harbors an intelligence rivaling our own? An intelligence that has existed undetected far longer than human civilization. For centuries, legends have whispered that something watches from the deep. Sailors have long been reporting strange shapes beneath their boats. They are not sharks or whales, but something else entirely. Something that moves with a purpose now. Something that seemed fully conscious. Some of these accounts tell of huge, unidentifiable shapes that came to the surface, floated just below the waves, and then descended with an unsettling precision. Others claim that ships have been followed for days by invisible presences, whose movements mimicked the vessel's course, as if they were watching and learning. It is easy to dismiss these stories as mere superstitions until they are not. Modern science has begun to discover evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew about life in the depths. One of the most surprising discoveries is that intelligence may not be as rare in oceans as we thought. Octopuses, for example, have demonstrated problem-solving abilities rivaling those of primates. They can manipulate objects, use tools, and even show signs of playful behavior, something previously thought exclusive to mammals. But most disturbing of all is that they have an uncanny ability to escape from enclosed spaces, open latches, and outwit their human captors. This intelligence is not limited only to octopuses. Squid and cuttlefish, their close relatives, have demonstrated complex communication abilities also. Some species change the color and texture of their skin, not only to camouflage, but apparently to communicate with each other in silent visual language. Unlike humans, who rely on words, these creatures use flashes of light, changing pigments, and pulsating waves of color to send messages through darkness. What if something in the ocean has evolved beyond even this? What if there is an unknown species that has taken intelligence to a level we cannot quite understand? There have been inexplicable encounters suggesting that perhaps we are not alone under the waves. One of the most chilling cases dates to the 1960s, when a United States Navy submarine, conducting deep-water tests off the coast of California, reported an encounter with an unknown presence. According to the classified report, the sonar detected something huge following the submarine, maintaining a speed that no known marine animal could reach. At first, the crew assumed it was a mistake, some kind of mechanical failure, but then something very strange happened. The object moved, surrounding the submarine in a deliberate and almost curious way. It was not a mass of water adrift or a typical predator of the marine depths. It was something that followed them, reacting to their movements in real time. As suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared, submerging to depths beyond what the submarine's instruments could detect. The crew never spoke about what they had found. The event was classified and buried under layers of military secrecy. But rumors persisted about the rapidos, a term some naval officers used to describe mysterious, high-speed objects detected in the ocean depths. Could they be unknown creatures evolved in the abyssal depths, moving at speeds beyond what we believe possible? Or could they be something completely different, an intelligence that has adapted to live where no human being can survive? In 1997, another event appeared, adding to the mystery. That year, some researchers using hydrophones, underwater microphones, captured a strange, rhythmic signal in the Pacific Ocean's depths. At first, they believed it was a natural phenomenon, perhaps the sound of moving ice or geological activity underwater. But then the pattern changed. Instead of a random burst of sound, the signal responded. When the scientists adjusted their equipment, the frequency changed, almost as if something knew it was being observed. The signal then faded, disappearing into the depths, never to be recorded again. Some researchers now believe that if there is intelligent life in the ocean, it would probably develop in a way completely alien to us. Unlike humans, whose intelligence evolved in open landscapes with access to tools, fire, and the ability to build, an intelligent deep-sea species would have had a completely different path. Let us imagine a civilization that has never needed fire or to leave the water. A species that communicates through bioluminescence with pulses of light that carry information through the dark void of the abyss. A species that, instead of building cities, has developed a world existing within the currents, moving with the tides, using sonars and electromagnetic pulses to shape its environment. If such a species exists, we may have already found it without realizing it. Some researchers have speculated that certain deep-sea structures, formations previously believed to be geological, could actually be artificial. In 2011, researchers using sonar images off the coast of Japan discovered a huge, circular formation on the seabed, nearly 100 feet in diameter, with perfectly symmetrical ridges. At first, it was dismissed as an anomaly, until further investigation revealed it had been created by an unknown fish species, which had sculpted the pattern with deliberate intention. If a fish can create something so precise, what else could be out there, shaping the depths in ways we cannot yet understand? The question also arises as to why, if there is an intelligent species in the deep sea, it has never contacted us. The answer may be terribly simple. It doesn't need to. Humans see the ocean as an unexplored frontier, something to map, exploit, and conquer. But for an intelligence that has lived in the depths for millions of years, the ocean isn't a mystery. It's their home. Why would they reveal themselves to us when our own history is full of destruction? Perhaps they watch us from below, aware of our presence, but deciding to remain hidden. Or perhaps, in moments we do not yet recognize, they have already tried contacting us. The stories of strange lights seen under the waves, of inexplicable patterns forming on the seabed, of creatures moving with an unnatural grace, may not be mere folklore. They may be flashes of something waiting beyond our understanding. If there's an intelligence in the ocean, it doesn't need boats, fire, or metal tools. It does not need to colonize the land or build imposing structures. It does not need to wage wars or expand beyond its domain. It simply exists, ancient and undisturbed, in the depths of darkness where no human eye can see. And if we are not careful, if we continue to invade the last virgin places of the world, we may eventually force them to reveal themselves. But the question remains, will they receive us as explorers or intruders? And if they have been watching us for centuries, learning from our actions, then the real question may not be whether they exist, but whether they have already judged us as unworthy of knowing the truth. Part 22. The Abyssal Colossus. Could there be something bigger than we dare imagine? The ocean is a place of immensity, a realm where time and space are distorted by the enormity of what has not yet been discovered. Throughout humanity's history, we have told stories of leviathans, creatures so vast, so incomprehensibly large that their mere existence defies our understanding of biology. We tell ourselves that those beasts belong to legend, that they are mere exaggerations of common animals, stretched by ancient sailors' imaginations. But what if it isn't like that? What if the idea of a colossal creature too big to be detected by our limited technology, too deep for us to see it, too old for us to understand it, is not just fantasy, but a truth that we are not yet ready to face? The idea of gigantism in marine depths is not just speculation. It is a biological phenomenon well documented. In the depths of the ocean, some species have evolved to reach enormous sizes due to the unique conditions of their environment. The giant squid, for example, is known to grow up to 14 meters in length. But some scientists believe that even larger specimens may lurk in the depths where no submersible has adventured. If such creatures exist, how much larger could they grow? One of the biggest challenges in the search for megapora in the marine depths is the ocean's immense scale itself. The abyssal plains extend for thousands of kilometers, vast extensions without distinctive features where a creature the size of a city could, theoretically, float unseen. The trenches, the deepest and most remote regions on the planet, plunge into a darkness so absolute that not even light penetrates. The creatures that live here would not need to go to the surface. They would not need to get close to human activity. They would not need to interact with us at all. And yet, there is evidence that something is moving in the depths we cannot explain. One of the most infamous cases come from a deep-sea mining expedition in the mid-20th century. The scientists aboard a research vessel were using underwater cameras to photograph the ocean floor when they captured a brief, inexplicable image. The photo showed a shadow, something immense, something with a shape that suggested movement, a shape that could not be identified as a geological feature. The problem was that its scale was impossible. Based on the camera's position, what was casting the shadow had to measure at least 200 feet long, possibly much more. The researchers dismissed it as an imaging defect. But the question remained, if it was an error, why did similar images appear in later expeditions? Then there's the case of the encounter in Nantucket Strait, a documented but little commented event in which a military submarine, one of the most advanced of its time, was forced to alter course due to an unidentified moving mass. The object was too large to be a whale, too fast for an underwater current, and too coordinated to be a mass of drifting debris. The crew reported feeling a strange vibration in the hull, as if something huge passed underneath it. The instruments failed temporarily, overloaded by the unusual energetic signal from whatever was below. When the systems returned to operation, the object had disappeared without a trace. What could move with such deliberation, with such intelligence, and then disappear without sound? Some scientists believe that the largest creatures in the marine depths could be much larger than anything we have ever recorded, and that they survive in ways we still do not understand. One theory suggests that certain species of deep-sea organisms do not need to go to the surface, do not need to interact with the ocean surface, and may have adapted to exist completely outside human exploration. If such creatures existed, they would have reached a level of stealth that would make them virtually invisible to our senses. Their bodies could be composed of materials that absorb sound instead of reflecting it. Their movements could be dictated by deep ocean currents instead of muscular effort, allowing them to drift in complete silence, avoiding sonar detection. And if there is something of such a colossal scale, then an even darker question arises. Have we ever really been alone in the oceans? Some accounts suggest that the largest creatures in the ocean may not be limited to avoiding humans. It is possible that they are aware of our existence, that they observe us, wait, and move just outside our perception. Throughout the centuries and in different cultures and continents, there have been recorded stories of gigantic and impossible creatures that emerge briefly before submerging again into the depths. Ancient maps mark the unknown regions with the warning, "Here there are monsters." Was it just superstition, or was it a truth that our ancestors knew and that we have ignored since then? The idea of an abyssal colossus is terrifying not only because of its size, but because of its implications. If such creatures exist, then we're not the dominant force on this planet. We are simply one of the many species that exist at the mercy of beings much larger, much older, and far more enigmatic than us. Some researchers have speculated that the reason we have not discovered such creatures is that we have never really looked in the right places. The deepest parts of the ocean, the unexplored trenches, the unmapped abyssal plains, the places where sunlight has never reached, could be the last refuge for giants. If something of an unimaginable scale existed, it would not leave evidence in the form of skeletons or remains. It would die in the deepest abyss, its body consumed by the same environment in which it lived, disappearing as if it never existed. But what if on rare occasions something emerged from the depths, something that broke the veil between the visible and invisible? There have been cases of ships that have reported massive, unidentified objects suddenly appearing, only to disappear just as quickly. Unusual readings have been recorded on sonars of objects that move with a precision suggesting intelligence, but with a size that should not be possible. And there is one last chilling question that remains unanswered. What if these creatures do not come to the surface because they do not need to? And if they are so perfectly adapted to the abyss, are they so old, and have they evolved beyond our understanding that the surface world means nothing to them? And what if we are irrelevant to them, tiny, unworthy of their attention? The idea of an abyssal colossus is disturbing because it forces us to face a reality for which we are unprepared. A reality in which we are not alone, in which the world is not ours to control, and in which there is something much bigger, much older, and much more powerful beyond the limits of our sight. And perhaps when the moment comes when we finally look into the depths and see something that looks back at us, we will understand why the ocean has always been a place of myths, why the human mind has always feared what lies beneath. Perhaps that day we will finally understand that we were never destined to be the rulers of the ocean. We were only its visitors. Part 23. The Black Abyss. The most inaccessible depths of the ocean and what could lurk there. There, the ocean is a world of darkness. Beyond the familiar blue waters that shine under the sunlight. Beyond the depths that divers and submarines dare to enter. There's a place where no human has ever set foot. It is a place where time seems to slow, where pressures that exceed our understanding crush everything that dares to descend. This is the Hadal Zone, the deepest and most inhospitable realm of the ocean. A world of trenches, invisible ridges, and submerged mountains that stretch for thousands of kilometers in an uninterrupted void. For centuries, scientists believed that these depths were uninhabited, that nothing could survive in the black abyss, where the weight of the ocean could crush steel as if it were paper. They were wrong. Life thrives there, but it is different from anything we have seen so far. The creatures of the Hadal Zone are designed for absolute darkness, for pressure so immense that they would kill a normal fish instantly. Their shapes are strange, their biology is barely known, and their existence poses a terrifying possibility. If life can adapt to such extreme conditions, what else could lurk in the inaccessible corners of the abyss? One of the most disturbing discoveries in recent years comes from the deepest place on Earth, the Mariana Trench. At almost 11 kilometers deep, it is the closest thing to an alien world that our planet has, a place where nothing should survive. And yet, the trench is home to a number of mysterious species. In 2014, researchers sent a remotely operated vehicle to the trench in the hope of capturing images of simple organisms. Instead, what they found was something no one had anticipated. The cameras captured a large, deliberate, and slow movement. At first, it was believed to be a trick of the water, an illusion created by the intense pressure and moving sediments. But then, the movement continued. There was something huge down there, something that dwarfed the small vehicle exploring the trench. It moved with determination, not like a mass of drifting debris or a directionless deep-sea fish. The vehicle sonar captured an object more than 15 meters long, but its shape was indistinct and impossible to classify. Before scientists could get a clearer picture, the object faded, disappearing into the overwhelming depths. This was not the only time that the Mariana Trench revealed something inexplicable. In the 1990s, a team of researchers using deep hydrophones recorded sounds in the trench that could not be attributed to any known source. One of these sounds became famous. It was a dull, pulsating noise, almost mechanical, but also organic. It was christened bloop, and its intensity suggested that what produced it was larger than a blue whale, the largest animal known to mankind. Some scientists believe that the bloop was caused by the displacement of ice, a natural geological process amplified by the unique acoustics of the ocean, but others disagree. The sound did not match any known geological pattern, and its frequency suggested an origin that was not only biological, but also enormous. If the bloop was created by a living being, then that living being was larger than anything recorded by modern science. And if such a creature ever existed, does it still exist now? Beyond the Mariana Trench, there are places in the ocean that remain completely unknown. Places where no submersible has ever reached, where entire ecosystems could exist without interacting with the surface world. Some of the deepest trenches, such as the Tonga Trench, the Philippine Trench, and the Kurd Trench, are so remote that they have only been mapped in a very basic way. If there were creatures of unimaginable scale and intelligence lurking in these places, we would have no way of knowing. Seafloor anomalies do not end with unexplained creatures and sounds. There have been reports of massive moving objects detected by sonar in the abyssal depths, objects that do not match any known biological entity. These anomalies are sometimes described as rapid, changing between speeds impossible for any known marine life. They appear, remain for a brief period of time, and then disappear without explanation. Military submarines have recorded similar readings. Some were so large that they were initially mistaken for underwater mountains until they moved suddenly. The most disturbing thing is that these encounters suggest some intelligence, a capacity to evade detection. Could something have evolved in the depths, something that understands how to remain unseen? Perhaps it is a predator unlike anything we have encountered so far, one that has perfected the art of remaining hidden from its prey and potential threats. The existence of unknown life in the darkest ocean places is not just speculation. It is supported by the simple fact that we have barely scratched the surface of what lies below. The deep sea is not a barren wasteland. It is a living, breathing world, which works according to rules we still do not understand. If there are creatures there that have never encountered humans, creatures that have adapted to an environment beyond our understanding, then we must ask ourselves, are they as curious about us as we are about them? Or have they already decided that we are not worth knowing? The legends of ancient cultures describe sea monsters said to inhabit the deepest waters, creatures that could emerge from the abyss without warning, only to disappear just as quickly. Some of these myths describe entities so large that they could darken the sea when they emerged, with eyes shining like lanterns in darkness. What if these stories were not just myths? What if they were memories transmitted by sailors who glimpsed something inexplicable? The abyssal depths keep their secrets well. If something is waiting in the darkness, something that has remained unseen for millennia, is not by chance. It is by design. The depths of the ocean are the last truly wild place, a place where the reach of humanity ends and something else begins. For now, the mysteries of the depths remain unanswered. But one thing is certain. If something is watching from below, something vast and intelligent, it has been there much longer than us. And perhaps, when we finally discover what is hidden below, it will not be the revelation we expect. It may be something completely different, something that has been waiting for us to look down so it can finally look back. Part 24. The Missing Depths, Lost Ships, Disappeared Submarines, and the Secrets that the Ocean Keeps. The ocean has always been a mysterious place, but some of its most disturbing enigmas are not found in the depths of its trenches or in the creatures that venture into its darkness. Instead, they exist in the things that have vanished. Ships, submarines, entire vessels swallowed by the sea without a trace, leaving only unanswered questions. The idea of a ship disappearing beneath the waves is not unusual. The ocean is vast, powerful, and unpredictable. Storms arise without warning. Giant waves can overwhelm even the most formidable vessels, and human error has led to the downfall of countless expeditions. But some disappearances defy all logic. They seem to vanish in calm waters without distress signals, without remains, without logical explanation. One of the most famous cases of the disappearance without a trace of an entire vessel was that of the USS Scorpion, a United States Navy submarine that disappeared in 1968. It was a state-of-the-art submarine powered by nuclear energy and designed to be virtually indestructible. On May 22nd of that year, it did not communicate with its base. The Navy immediately initiated a search. No remains were found. No distress call was sent. The submarine had simply ceased to exist. Only months later, after an exhaustive deep-water investigation, search teams found the remains of the USS Scorpion more than 10,000 feet below the surface, shattered into pieces. The official explanation suggested a catastrophic failure, perhaps the detonation of a torpedo inside the vessel. But the remains told a stranger story. Some sections of the submarine appeared twisted, not exploded, as if something had crushed it with immense force. bending the steel hull in a way that did not correspond to an internal explosion. The theory that something external caused the destruction of the Scorpion has never been proven, but it raises a troubling possibility. The deepest parts of the ocean harbor pressures so intense that they could crush even submarines built to withstand nuclear war. Could there be forces that we still do not understand lurking within the abyss? Could there be something under the waves capable of exerting pressures beyond anything we have ever recorded? Something so powerful as to crush steel as easily as a human hand crushes paper. This was not the first case of a submarine disappearing in mysterious circumstances. A decade earlier, in 1959, the USS Thresher disappeared while performing tests in deep water. Unlike the Scorpion, there were reports of strange noises detected before that submarine disappeared. These were dull noises that, according to some experts, did not resemble anything previously recorded on sonar. Some believe that the Thresher had been hit by an unknown force that dragged it to depths greater than its hull could withstand. When the remains were found, as in the case of the Scorpion, some sections of a ship appeared deformed, as if twisted by hands too large for us to comprehend. While the disappearance of military submarines in strange circumstances is disturbing, the mystery becomes even more disconcerting when one considers the countless civilian vessels that have disappeared in equally strange conditions. The SS Aurang Medan is one of the most terrifying examples of a missing ship, a case so disturbing that some believe it borders on the supernatural. The Dutch cargo ship was found adrift off the coast of Indonesia in 1948 after multiple distress calls had been sent. The message was chilling. All officers, including the captain, are dead. They lie in the navigation room and on the bridge. Possibly the entire crew is dead. And then silence. When they finally located the Aurang Medan, the search teams boarded the ship, hoping to find remains, perhaps signs of fire or an attack. Instead, what they found was an inexplicable horror. All the crew members had died, but their bodies were frozen in expressions of pure terror. They had their eyes wide open, their mouths twisted in silent screams, and their hands clutching their throats, as if they had seen something so horrible that they died of fright. There were no visible wounds, no signs of a struggle, and, most disturbingly, the ship had not suffered any damage. It was as if something had entered the ship, invisible, and simply taken their lives. Before the researchers could carry out a complete analysis, a fire broke out on the ship's lower deck, which spread so quickly that the rescuers could barely escape with their lives. In a matter of minutes, the entire ship exploded and sank into the depths, taking with it all the secrets it held. To this day, no one knows what happened aboard the Aurang Medan. Some theorists suggest that the crew had been exposed to a deadly gas leak, but that would not explain the expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Others propose that the ship had encountered something far more sinister, something that exists beyond human understanding. Then there is the case of the MV Gita, a merchant ship that sailed from Samoa in 1955 and never reached its destination. Unlike the Aurang Medan, the Joyita was eventually found, but it was completely abandoned, floating more than 600 miles from its course. The strangest detail is that the ship had plenty of food, water, and life rafts in good condition. However, the entire crew had disappeared. The only clue that remained was a doctor's bag full of blood-stained bandages, but with no signs of struggle. There was no evidence of an attack, no signs of fire or flooding. There was no reason for the crew to abandon ship. It was as if they had simply abandoned the ship in the middle of the ocean. While skeptics try to explain these disappearances by logical means, patterns begin to emerge, suggesting a deeper mystery. Certain regions of the ocean seem to swallow ships at an alarming rate, including places like the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea near Japan, and the deep trenches of the Indian Ocean. Countless disappearances have been recorded in these areas, many of them in calm waters, with no apparent storms, no distress signals, and no remains ever found. The explanations vary. Some claim that these are giant waves. Others blame underwater methane eruptions. But these theories do not explain the large number of boats that have disappeared without a trace, often in a way that seems deliberate rather than accidental. And then there are those who believe that something living may be responsible. Could there be something in the depths? Something that does not attack in a way that we can understand, but drags entire ships into the abyss without a trace. Certain military sonar recordings suggest the presence of massive objects moving rapidly in the ocean's depths. Objects too large to be whales that move in a way that no known marine life form should be able to. These unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, have been reported for decades. Some describe themselves as enormous, shadowy masses that appear under boats before disappearing. Others have been tracked moving at impossible speeds for any biological being, suggesting they operate under physical laws we do not yet understand. If such things exist, they have chosen to remain unseen. But their presence may already be felt in stories of ghost ships, disappeared submarines, vessels that enter the ocean never to return. The ocean is a cemetery of lost ships, and always has been. But some of those ships did not sink due to human error or natural disaster. Some of them disappeared in circumstances that should seem impossible. And if the ocean is swallowing ships, not by accident, but on purpose, then we must ask ourselves a far more terrifying question. Who or what awaits in the depths? Part 25. The Whispering Abyss. Are there voices in the depths? The ocean is silent, or so we believe. Under the waves, beyond the reach of sunlight, where the world fades into darkness, sound becomes the only language. The depths are a place where light does not matter, where sight is useless, where creatures navigate by vibrations, by the echoes of their environment, by the delicate tremors spreading through the cold water. For decades, scientists have been submerging hydrophones in the depths, listening to the ocean's natural symphony, the clicks of dolphins, the disturbing songs of whales, the distant roar of tectonic plates. But in the process, they have also captured something else. Sounds that do not belong. Sounds that do not have a known source. Sounds that should not exist. In 1997, a deep, resonant sound was detected in the Pacific Ocean, captured by hydrophones thousands of kilometers away. It was called the bloop, a noise so powerful that whatever produced it, it had to be larger than any known living creature. At first, some believed that it was the displacement of icebergs, the creaking of glaciers. But the bloop was too complex, too structured, too deliberate. Unlike random geological sounds, it had a pattern, suggesting intentional movement. The sound was recorded for several minutes before fading into silence. It was never heard again. Scientists tried to explain it, suggesting it could be the result of pressure changes in the deep sea or thermal changes in water. But those who have studied the recording in detail argue that it is very similar to the sounds of marine life, only amplified to an impossible scale. If the bloop was caused by a living being, then it would mean that there is something in the ocean larger than any whale, larger than any known species, something beyond our understanding. And that was just the beginning. Over the years, other sounds have been detected, each more disturbing than the last. One of the most infamous was Julia, a sound recorded in 1999 that resembled a prolonged moan, as if something in the depths were calling. The sound persisted for several minutes, resonating in the water like a distant voice lost within the abyss. Unlike the bloop, which was recorded far from any known source of marine life, Julia was detected near a region known for vessel disappearances. Some believe it was the sound of moving ice, but others claim it was something else, something alive. The way the sound appeared and disappeared, as if adrift, suggested movement. It was not the sound of something breaking, but rather of something passing. In 2001, another strange noise was recorded, this time in the South Atlantic, and it was called the train, a rhythmic deep sound that pulsed at intervals, almost like a mechanical breath. What made the train so disturbing was its consistency. It did not change in tone or volume, as natural sounds usually do. It remained constant, stable, like a signal being transmitted. Some theorists suggest that the train was the result of an unknown geological process in the depths of the sea, but others argue that it could have been something else, a sound that was not meant to be heard, or a signal that should not be discovered. The most disturbing of these mysterious oceanic sounds, however, was recorded in 2014. It did not resemble anything that had been heard before, a sequence of short and deliberate bursts, almost like words spoken in an unknown language. Unlike the bloop or Julia, which were singular events, this sound was repeated several times over months. Each time it was recorded, it presented slight variations, as if responding to something. Some have suggested that these deep-sea sounds have biological origins. Evidence of unknown marine life exists in the unexplored regions of the ocean. But if that's the case, why do these creatures emit sounds on such a massive scale? Why do these noises resemble signals more than simple calls? There is another, much more disturbing possibility. Some researchers believe that certain sounds from the deep sea are not at all random. They could be the remains of an ancient form of communication, a language that existed under the waves for millennia, long before humans developed speech. In some of the oldest legends of seafaring civilizations, there are stories of voices heard in the sea, whispers that come from under the water, voices that do not belong to the living. Sailors from eras as remote as the ancient Greeks told stories of invisible beings who called to them, voices emerging from the depths urging them to listen. In Norse mythology, there were stories about the Hufgwofr, a marine entity said to speak to those who dared venture too far into the unknown. But perhaps the most terrifying accounts come from the modern era. They are stories of divers who claim to have heard things in the depths that defied explanation. One of these cases occurred in the 1980s when a Soviet submarine conducting deep-water operations in the Arctic reported that it had picked up anomalous signals on its sonar. At first, they thought it was another submarine, perhaps an enemy vessel. But as they continued listening, they realized the signals were too irregular, too strange to be artificial. The sounds seemed to follow them, growing louder as they went deeper. Some crew members claimed the noises resembled voices, but in a language they could not understand, a series of clicks and pulses, like speech distorted by the crushing pressure of the abyss. The submarine surfaced, and the sound ceased. When they tried to return to the same place days later, the voices disappeared. What makes this case even more chilling is that other submarine crews, from the United States to Japan, have reported similar encounters. In all cases, the sounds were heard at extreme depths well below the range at which any known form of marine life should be able to vocalize. Could something in the ocean be trying to communicate? Could there be some form of intelligence under the waves? One that does not communicate like us, but through sound waves, through vibration patterns we were just beginning to detect. If there is a language in the ocean, it has remained hidden for millennia. It does not belong to human beings. It does not belong to anything we have classified. It is something older, something that has existed in the depths long before we began our conquest of the seas. We do not know what the ocean says, but we are listening. And perhaps one day we will finally understand what the abyss has been trying to tell us. Or perhaps, when that day comes, we will wish we had never heard those voices. Part 26. The Abyss That Observes. Are we being observed from the depths? The ocean has always been a mysterious place, a vast, unexplored domain that extends toward the unknown. It is a world that we have barely begun to explore. A world so strange that even the most advanced technology struggles to penetrate its deepest layers. And yet, despite our lack of knowledge, there is a question that has persisted throughout history, whispered in the fears of sailors, in the legends of ancient civilizations, and in the accounts of modern explorers. Are we alone in the ocean, or is something watching us from the depths? It is easy to assume that human beings are the dominant force on this planet. We have conquered the land, mapped the mountains, and charted the skies. But under the waves, in the deep, dark places of Earth where light does not reach, the rules are different. Down there, we are nothing. We are fragile, small, and out of place. Intruders in a kingdom that does not belong to us. And yet, every time we send our technology into the abyss, we return with evidence suggesting something is already there. Something that does not want to be seen. One of the most disturbing encounters with the unknown took place in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, where a team of underwater researchers was using a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, to explore a trench never before visited by the human eye. The ROV cameras were state-of-the-art, designed to capture high-resolution images in complete darkness using infrared and an advanced sonar mapping system. The vehicle slowly descended into the darkness, passing through layers of ocean so devoid of life that they seemed almost unreal. And then, suddenly, there was movement. At first, it was just a shadow, a vague shape that flickered in the distance. The operators assumed that it was remains, a play of lights with the changing currents. But then it moved again, this time closer, deliberately, as if something were watching them. The ROV adjusted its cameras, zooming in on the anomaly, and that was when they saw it. It was impossible to describe because it did not have a shape that made sense. It was not a fish, nor a whale, nor anything known to marine biology. It had no defined shape, nor a solid body. It was as if the water had become intelligent, changing, adapting, hiding in plain sight. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it disappeared. The ROV's instruments blinked. Its cameras disconnected briefly. And when the transmission was restored, the pit was empty. There was nothing left except an unsettling silence, a stillness that seemed unnatural, as if something had deliberately withdrawn from sight the moment it was discovered. The researchers were baffled. What had they just witnessed? Was it a new species? Something different from everything seen until now? Or was it something completely different? Something aware of its presence? Something that had decided to hide? This was not the only time deep-sea technology had encountered the inexplicable. In multiple deep-diving missions from the Arctic to the Indian Ocean, ROVs and submersibles have recorded strange anomalies, moving shadows without apparent origin, bright orbs that seem to pulse as if alive, patterns in the sand that resemble unnatural marks too precise to be random formations. In 2017, an autonomous underwater drone deployed in the North Atlantic detected a series of rapid, inexplicable movements on its radar. The object, whatever it was moving too fast to be an animal and too erratic to be a man vessel. It disappeared from sight before the drone could capture a clear image. But in the milliseconds before disappearing, the onboard sonar captured a faint, rhythmic vibration, almost like a low-frequency hum. The scientists dismissed it as a failure of the equipment, an anomaly caused by environmental interference. But others were not so sure. The movement patterns suggested intelligence, an ability to evade detection, to move with purpose. Some researchers have suggested that the deep sea may harbor entire life forms that exist beyond our understanding. Organisms that have evolved in ways that make them almost invisible, either through biological camouflage or by means we have not yet discovered. Certain deep-sea creatures, such as the glass squid, have evolved to be almost transparent, with bodies that reflect and refract light in a way that makes them virtually invisible to predators. But what if something more advanced had developed similar capabilities? What if there were beings in the ocean that could see us but remain invisible themselves? The disturbing idea that something in the ocean may be watching us, studying us, avoiding us, is not just speculation. It is a recurring theme in historical maritime records, in unexplained disappearances, in countless stories told by those who have spent their lives at sea. Throughout history, sailors have recounted the feeling of being followed, of seeing huge, shadowy shapes moving under their boats, of hearing strange noises arising from the water on nights when the sea was calm. Some claim to have seen eyes staring at them from the depths, shining in the moonlight before disappearing under the waves. Others spoke of enormous dark shapes that emerged only for a moment before disappearing again, as if testing the boundary between the hidden world below and the one above. Even today, with modern sonars and satellite images, the ocean remains largely unknown. Some experts believe that up to 80% of all marine life has yet to be discovered, and that even the largest known species, such as the blue whale, may not be the true titans of the deep. What if the reason we have not found these entities is not because they do not exist, but because they have learned to avoid us. The technology we have developed to explore the ocean is still primitive compared to the immensity of what lies below. Our sonars can only reach a limited depth. Our submersibles can only withstand limited pressure. Our senses can only capture what they are designed to detect. What if there are things in the ocean that exist on a level we cannot perceive? Life forms that operate on frequencies beyond human understanding. This idea leads us to an even more disturbing possibility. If there are beings in the ocean that can see us, but we cannot see them, then the question is not only whether they exist, but what they think of us. Are they simply observing? Are they indifferent to our presence, watching from the shadows as we clumsily try to map their world? Or is there something more deliberate in their actions? There are theories that suggest that certain anomalies in the deep sea, missing ships, vanishing submarines, unexplained contacts on sonar, may not be accidents. They could be interactions. And if that is true, then it means that something down there is not just watching us. It is reacting to us. The ocean is the last great unknown of the Earth, the final frontier of our own planet. But perhaps it is not so unknown after all. Perhaps we are the unknowns. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of life on this planet, we are strangers, visitors, a temporary presence in a world that does not belong to us. And perhaps one day, the things that watch us from the depths will decide that the time has come for us to finally see them. Part 27. The Unknown Blackness. Could entire ecosystems be hidden in the depths? Despite all the knowledge that humanity has amassed, despite all the years we have spent sending probes into space, exploring the confines of the universe, unraveling the secrets of the stars, there's a great mystery that we have not yet solved. The one that is beneath our feet. The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface. However, we have explored less than 5% of its depths. And in that virgin abyss, there is the possibility of complete ecosystems, entire civilizations of life, completely invisible to human eyes. The idea of an unknown ecosystem may seem fantastic, but it is not unprecedented. Again and again, it has been shown that we are wrong about what is possible in the deep. As recently as the 1970s, scientists believed that life in the ocean depended entirely on sunlight. Without the sun's energy, the food chain could not exist. That belief was shattered when hydrothermal vents were discovered, enormous geysers on the seabed that expelled boiling water rich in minerals. Around these sources, scientists found thriving communities of life. Creatures that did not depend on the sun, but obtained energy from the heat and chemicals of Earth itself. These deep-sea organisms, known as extremophiles, challenged everything we thought we knew about life's requirements. Tube worms, giant clams, blind shrimp, and strange gelatinous creatures lived in these completely dark environments. Their bodies adapted to the crushing pressures and scorching temperatures. But if life could exist in such extreme conditions, what else could be down there? One of the most convincing pieces of evidence of the existence of hidden ecosystems comes from underground ocean trenches, places so deep and remote that they remain virtually unexplored. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kurd Trench are some of the deepest places on Earth. Places where the water pressure is so immense that even the most resistant man-made vessels struggle to survive. These trenches extend for thousands of kilometers, forming underground valleys larger than the Grand Canyon, where sunlight has never reached and where the rules of biology, as we know it, may not apply. The possibility that these trenches harbor entire ecosystems separate from the surface world has long fascinated scientists. Some researchers theorize that, within these isolated environments, life could have evolved independently, creating species that do not exist anywhere else on Earth. Fossil records show that the ocean has been home to colossal creatures in the past, such as the enormous prehistoric shark Megalodon, which dominated the seas for millions of years. Some wonder if such ancient giants could still exist, hidden in deep pits that serve as natural sanctuaries for them, keeping them away from human discovery. But what if the creatures that inhabit these hidden worlds are even stranger? In 1995, a Russian research team sent an unmanned probe to the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, one of the deepest ocean trenches in the Pacific. The probe was equipped with cameras and sonar designed to map the area and capture any signs of life. The images it recorded were unlike anything the scientists expected. For the first few hours, the pit seemed empty, devoid of movement, a barren wasteland of rocks and sediment. Then, as the probe went deeper, it captured anomalous shapes, things that moved too smoothly and deliberately to be drifting debris. The cameras captured fleeting images of undulating shapes gliding just beyond the limits of light. These shapes did not resemble any known form of marine life. They were not fish, squid, or eels. Then, the cameras captured something even more disturbing. In the last moments before the probe's signal was lost, a large, almost translucent shape moved directly in front of the lens. It had no distinctive features, lacking discernible eyes or fins. His body moved as if it were made of liquid, but with enough structure to indicate some kind of locomotion. It happened in an instant, but during that brief moment, the scientists watching the transmission saw something more. Something deeply disturbing. As the unknown entity passed in front of the camera, it did not turn physically, but in a way that suggested that it was aware of the presence of the probe. The probe's lights dimmed, flickered, and then the transmission went completely black. The research team never recovered it. This incident is among many similar accounts of deep-water expeditions. Unexplained sonar readings, objects too large for fish, yet too agile for submarines. Pulses of bioluminescent light in complex pattern sequences, as if some kind of communication was taking place under the waves. If there are ecosystems in the depths that have not yet been discovered, they may not be limited to simple organisms. Some life forms in these hidden places may have evolved in ways we cannot fathom. Given the millions of years of isolation, free from the interference of predators or environmental changes, it is conceivable that highly complex organisms have emerged, forming autonomous biospheres that we have not yet observed. And if such creatures exist, would they be passive or aware? This leads to a more chilling question. If these deep-sea ecosystems are truly hidden from human knowledge, how do we explain the numerous reports of gigantic, unidentified creatures emerging from the depths? There are countless stories of sailors, explorers, and military personnel reporting things in the ocean that should not exist. Enormous shadowy figures moving under boats, creating disturbances in the water before disappearing. There are accounts of gigantic, unidentifiable creatures surfacing. Their forms are so strange that they resemble no known species. These stories, once dismissed as sailors' myths, have gained credibility as a result of modern scientific discoveries. Deep-sea creatures like the colossal squid and giant siphonophore were once considered legends. However, both have been found in recent years. If the ocean still hides secrets like these, what else could lurk down there, beyond our reach? Perhaps more disturbing is the idea that these hidden creatures, if they exist, do not remain hidden accidentally. It may not be that we failed to find them, but that they chose not to be found. If there is an unknown ecosystem in the depths of the ocean, one that has remained isolated from surface life for millions of years, it may not function according to the rules we expect. These creatures may not respond to our detection methods. They may not be attracted to light or sonar. They may not function in a way that we can predict. And if that is the case, then we must consider the most disturbing possibility. If there's an advanced form of life in the depths, one that has evolved separately from everything we know, it may already be aware of us. It may have watched us long before we began exploring the seas. It may know much more about us than we know about it. And if that is true, then the question is no longer whether we will find them. The question is, what will happen when they decide to reveal themselves? Part 28. The Depths of Madness. What if the ocean itself is aware? Since human beings have sailed its waters, the ocean has been feared, revered, and the subject of whispers in a low voice. It is unpredictable, all-powerful, and seemingly indifferent to those who dare cross it. But what if the ocean is not indifferent? What if the reason it seems so unknown, so volatile, so strangely aware of human presence is because it is, in some way, aware? The idea of the ocean as a living entity isn't new. Many ancient cultures believed that the sea was alive, that it had moods, that it could hear, and that it could choose when to take life and when to give it. The Greeks spoke of Poseidon, the great sea god, whose wrath could raise storms and sink ships. The Polynesians believed in Tangaroa, a powerful oceanic deity who controlled tides and determined the fate of those at sea. Even today, sailors often refer to the sea as if it has a mind of its own, warning newcomers that it can feel fear, that it can take lives without warning, and that it should not be underestimated. At first glance, this seems like mere poetic superstition. After all, the ocean is just water. Kilometers and kilometers of dark, infinite water. He cannot think. He cannot choose. He cannot act. Or does he? The more one delves into ocean mysteries, the more difficult it becomes to dismiss the idea that something strange is happening under the waves. There are thousands of reports of strange phenomena in the sea, events that do not have a logical explanation, occurrences that suggest that there is some form of intelligence at play, and an intelligence that does not belong to any individual creature, but to the ocean itself. One of the most chilling accounts comes from deep-sea divers' experiences. Those who have spent time in the depths often describe an overwhelming sensation of being watched, even when no living being is in sight. Some say they feel an invisible presence lurking beyond their field of vision, something huge and conscious, something waiting out of their reach. Others report experiencing a sudden, inexplicable panic, as if the very water surrounding them rejected their presence. Scientists explain these sensations as pressure-induced disorientation and sensory deprivation. But not everyone is convinced. Some divers claim to have seen gigantic, shadowy shapes moving in the depths. Things are not fish, whales, or anything known to science. These forms do not behave like animals. They don't hunt. They do not swim purposefully. Instead, they drift with the current, watching, waiting, appearing only long enough to be seen before disappearing back into the abyss. And then, the disappearances. The ocean is vast, and people disappear in it every year. Ships sink. Storms claim victims. Accidents happen. But there are cases where the circumstances of these disappearances defy all logic. Cases in which entire ships are found adrift. Their crews disappear without a trace. Cases in which submarines disappear in calm waters with no signs of danger. Cases in which experienced divers simply never resurface despite controlled conditions and no apparent dangers. One of the most infamous cases is the story of the SS Bachimo, a cargo ship abandoned in 1931 after becoming trapped in Arctic ice. The crew expected it to sink, but it didn't. Instead, the ship continued to drift through the ocean for almost 40 years, appearing and disappearing without warning, always evading capture, as if moving guided by an invisible force. Sailors who sighted it often described it as if it were not simply adrift, but actively avoided being detected, disappearing into the fog whenever someone tried to board it. There is no scientific explanation for why the Bachimo remained intact so long, nor how it managed to appear in very different places without human intervention. Finally, it was lost forever, swallowed by the Arctic, never to be seen again. Could it be that the ocean chooses what it takes? Could it be that it is capable of influencing reality in ways we do not understand? Even stranger events have occurred. In 2005, a group of marine researchers conducting sonar explorations in the depths of the Pacific reported that their instruments had detected a huge moving formation. At first, they thought it was a school of fish or a dense mass of biological material drifting in the water. But as they continued to observe it, they realized that it was moving with a purpose, changing shape, almost as if it were responding to their explorations. Then, without warning, the instruments stopped working. The equipment's power was completely cut off, something that should have been impossible, given that the research vessel was powered by an independent source. When they restarted the systems, the anomaly had disappeared. It was not the first or last time such a phenomenon occurred. Throughout decades of deep-sea exploration, similar incidents have been recorded. Moving anomalies, signals changing frequency as if responding to observation, electronic failures seeming too deliberate to be coincidence. Some scientists believe that this could be evidence for the existence of a very complex biological structure, perhaps a colony of organisms behaving as a single entity. Others, however, suggest something far more disturbing. What if the ocean itself were alive? Not in the traditional sense of life, but in a fundamental, incomprehensible sense. And what if it were not just water and currents, but something conscious, something capable of thinking, something capable of making decisions? The idea of a sentient ocean has precedent. Theoretical physicists have long speculated about the possibility of non-traditional intelligence, forms of consciousness that do not depend on organic brains, but function as complete systems. Some have even proposed that, in theory, a planet could be conscious. That intelligence might not be limited to beings, but could arise from the interactions of complex networks, oceans, atmospheres, and geological formations. If this is true, then perhaps the ocean is not just water. Perhaps it is a mind, one that has existed for billions of years, one that has seen species arise and disappear, one that understands time in a way we cannot. And if it is alive, what does it think of us? Some argue that the ocean's actions suggest curiosity, that it studies us like scientists study bacteria, observing our movements, our technology, our attempts to explore its domain. Others believe that its behavior is hostile, that it actively rejects us, swallowing ships, dragging divers into the depths, refusing to be mapped or understood. The truth may lie somewhere in between. Perhaps the ocean is neither benevolent nor malevolent. Perhaps it simply functions on a scale beyond human perception, indifferent to our attempts to explain it. But one last thought persists, a question that cannot be ignored. If the ocean is alive, if it is conscious, has it ever tried communicating with us? The strange sounds recorded in the depths, the inexplicable pulses of energy, the disturbing silence after certain disappearances. Could these be messages? Could the ocean be talking to us, but in a language that we do not yet understand? And if it is trying to speak, what will happen when we finally understand what it says? Part 29. The Abyssal Mind. What if something ancient still lives down there? There's a feeling one has when contemplating the open sea, a deep awareness of its immensity, of its infinite reach. The ocean is a world in itself, extending beyond the horizon, an entity so enormous that it dwarfs the human mind's capacity to understand it. But there is something more, something that remains just below that feeling of awe. It is an instinct, a primitive response that we cannot explain. The fear of deep water is not only from drowning, nor is it solely from the immense emptiness. It is the feeling that there is something down there, something watching, something waiting, something that has always been there. Scientists have mapped only a small part of the ocean floor. And even so, much of what we have recorded is nothing more than vague approximations. We know more about the surface of the moon than about the oceanic trenches of our own planet, the blackened cracks that run through the seabed like ancient scars. And within these unexplored regions, there are things that we have not yet discovered, creatures, anomalies, and, if we believe the old stories, something much older than we can imagine. There are accounts, stories whispered among sailors, strange encounters that defied all logical explanation. Something huge, something beyond the scale of any living creature known to science. These stories are dismissed as myths, exaggerated accounts invented by those who have spent too long at sea. But what if they were not myths? Let us consider the fossil record. We know for certain that in the past, enormous creatures dominated the oceans. They were so gigantic that they make current marine life seem insignificant. The megalodon, a prehistoric shark that reached more than 18 meters in length, once dominated seas. It was an alpha predator, unrivaled in its time, of such colossal size that it would have made today's great white sharks look like simple small fish. And yet, despite its reign, it disappeared. At least, that is what we believe. There are those who argue that the megalodon or something similar may still exist, hidden in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the ocean. The argument is not completely without foundation. Many species we believed extinct have been rediscovered in recent decades. The coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed to be extinct for 66 million years, was found alive off the waters of South Africa in 1938. For centuries, it was assumed to be nothing more than a fossil from a bygone era, until it appeared, showing that the depths can still hide secrets. And yet, even if the megalodon is gone, what if something far older exists? The exploration missions of the deep sea have recorded anomalies that defy any classification, sonar contacts that suggest the presence of huge moving objects that lurk at depths much greater than should be possible for living beings. Some of these contacts have been dismissed as schools of fish, as moving geological formations disturbed by currents. But others remain unexplained, blurry shapes moving under submersibles larger than any known species and disappearing into the darkness before they can be fully recorded. One of the most famous cases occurred in 1963 during a joint naval exercise between the U.S. and NATO allies. Several warships detected an unidentified submerged object moving at impossible speeds, diving and ascending in ways that defied any known submarine's capabilities. The object was tracked for several hours, appearing and disappearing on the sonar, moving in patterns that suggested it was not a natural phenomenon. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared. The official explanation was equipment malfunction, a convenient excuse that did not satisfy those witnessing the event. Some of the officers present later admitted that the object seemed intelligent, as if deliberately evading detection and testing the limits of human technology before disappearing into the depths. Then there are reports from oil drilling operations in deep water, strange encounters on the ocean floor. Several workers have described unexplained seismic activity, as if something huge moved beneath them, changing the seabed's very landscape. The instruments recorded sudden, enormous pressure changes as if a vast, invisible force had momentarily disturbed the balance of the depths. And yet, when they searched for the cause, they found nothing. A particularly disturbing account comes from commercial divers working off the coast of Norway. They were performing maintenance tasks on underwater pipeline when they saw something moving in the distance, beyond the glow of their lights. At first, they thought it was a shadow cast by their equipment, a trick of the water. But then, the shadow moved against the current. The men stood paralyzed, watching as the dark shape grew larger, changing shape, becoming impossible to define. It did not move like a fish, nor like any animal they'd ever seen. It seemed fluid but deliberate, as if adapting to its environment in real time. Then, without warning, it vanished. One of the divers, shocked, refused to return to work. He described the sensation of being watched, measured, as if something had been studying him, not out of curiosity, but for something predatory. Could it be that these reports are glimpses of something ancient, something that predates humanity, even the dinosaurs? Could there be beings in the ocean that have lived for millions of years, avoiding detection, existing on a scale too huge for us to understand? If such creatures exist, then we must ask ourselves a terrifying question. Why have they not revealed themselves? Some theorists believe that the answer is simple. They don't need to. We are irrelevant to them, a fleeting species that has barely begun to scratch the surface of the ocean's secrets. For something that has lived for eons, we are nothing more than a passing anomaly, a temporary disturbance in a world that existed long before us and will continue long after we are gone. But what if their secrecy is intentional? What if they know we are here? What if they are waiting, watching, choosing to remain hidden until the time is right? Perhaps they were here before us. Perhaps they're the true rulers of the depths, the silent masters of a world we've barely begun to explore. And if that is the case, what are we? Invaders or prey? If the ocean contains something ancient, something beyond our understanding, then the question isn't whether we will find it. The question is, what will happen when it finally decides to find us? Part 30. The Invisible Empire. Could an advanced civilization exist under the ocean? Since humanity contemplated the sea, we have wondered what could be hidden beneath its waves. The ocean is a mysterious place, an alien world right here on Earth that humans have barely explored. But what if we are not the only intelligent beings on this planet? And what if, hidden under the crushing pressure of the depths, an ancient and advanced civilization has thrived in the darkness, completely unknown to us? The idea of underwater civilizations is usually dismissed as pure fantasy, something from the world of myths and legends. Atlantis, Lemuria, the lost cities of antiquity. These are stories that have been passed down through time, tales of powerful empires swallowed by the sea. But myths have a way of enduring for a reason. Sometimes they echo something real, fragments of a forgotten past, or, even worse, deliberately erased from history. Strange as it may seem, modern science has given reasons to reconsider these myths. In recent years, we have discovered evidence that entire civilizations existed in lands now in the depths of the ocean. Vast structures, submerged ruins, ancient roads that lead nowhere. These vestiges tell a story prior to written history, a time when the sea was not where it is. Could it be that some of these civilizations did not simply disappear, but adapted and moved to the depths to continue their existence in secret? One of the most puzzling discoveries of recent decades occurred off the coast of Japan, where some divers stumbled upon it. The enormous scale of the monument, its geometric design, and the striking resemblance to known ancient ruins suggest that someone built it, someone who lived in an era long before written history. If an advanced civilization had existed on land before the oceans rose, it may have been forced to flee when the waters consumed its cities. But where would they have gone if they had technology that surpasses our understanding? Could they have adapted to the ocean, evolving, building, surviving in ways that defy what we consider possible? Some researchers have proposed that, if such a civilization ever existed, it would have had to develop a radically different way of life. Air-breathing humans cannot survive long in the deep sea, not with our current knowledge of biology. But what if this civilization had discovered ways to manipulate its own genetics, to alter itself to withstand the crushing pressure of the abyss? If they had mastered biotechnology, if they had developed materials capable of withstanding the immense forces of the depths, they could have built entire cities out of our reach, hidden in the ocean trenches, protected by walls capable of withstanding the weight of the ocean itself. There are accounts of strange, inexplicable encounters with unidentified submerged objects. USO huge objects seen emerging from the depths, moving at impossible speeds and disappearing without a trace. Unlike unidentified flying objects, UFOs, which appear in the sky, these anomalies emerge from the ocean, rising from the depths as if they had always been there, waiting. One of the most famous incidents took place in 1967, when a Soviet submarine detected a huge contact on sonar in the depths of the North Atlantic. The object was moving faster than any known submarine, its speed exceeding anything human technology was capable of at that time. The crew tracked it for hours before it suddenly accelerated downwards at an angle that should have been impossible, disappearing into the depths. The phenomenon of USOs is not new. In fact, military records from the United States, Russia, and other nations are full of reports of unidentified objects maneuvering under the ocean in ways that defy physics. These objects are seen traversing the water at speeds that no conventional underwater vessel could reach, making sharp, angular turns that should tear any known vessel apart. Some have even been seen breaking the surface of the water, ascending into the sky, and then disappearing into space as if they were not subject to the physical limitations of the ocean or the air. Skeptics argue that these sightings are misidentified marine life, natural anomalies, or technological glitches. But the sheer number of encounters, often reported by highly trained naval personnel and backed by radar and sonar data, suggests that something more could be happening. What if these USOs are not extraterrestrial, but something much older, something that has always been here. The ocean is the perfect hiding place. Unlike the sky, which can be observed and monitored with satellites, the deep sea is almost inaccessible. Even our most advanced submarines can only reach a small portion of its depths, and much of what lies beyond remains unexplored by humans. If a civilization had developed the ability to live under the waves, whether through technology, biology, or a combination of both, it would have an entire world to itself, a world we have barely begun to explore. Some theorists believe that the ocean itself may be a gateway to something even more incomprehensible. There are stories, rumors of ancient texts, accounts of those who have spent time at sea, of strange lights moving underwater, of cities appearing and disappearing in the fog, of voices rising from the depths and speaking in languages that no one understands. What if the reason we haven't found an underwater civilization is because it doesn't want to be found? A species that has lived in the ocean for thousands, perhaps millions of years, would have no reason to reveal itself to us. If they exist, they have probably been watching us for centuries, seeing how we develop, how we wage wars, how we destroy our own ecosystems. And maybe they have already decided what to think of us. Some of the strangest reports of USO activity come from areas known as forbidden zones, places in the ocean where ships mysteriously disappear, where electronic equipment fails and navigation systems go haywire. One of these places is the Bermuda Triangle, a region famous for the unexplained disappearances of ships and planes. While scientists attribute these incidents to natural causes like magnetic anomalies, methane gas eruptions, and unpredictable weather patterns, others believe there is more at stake. Could it be that these forbidden zones are deliberately restricted areas, places where we're simply not welcome? If an advanced civilization exists under the ocean, the implications are astonishing. It would mean that the history of humanity is not the only story of intelligence on this planet. It would mean that we are not alone, not on Earth, not even in our own oceans. And if they have decided to remain hidden, then the most terrifying possibility of all is not that we will discover them someday. It is that someday they decide to come to light. And when they do, we will realize that we were never the dominant species on this planet. Part 31. The Abyss Observes. What if the bottom of the sea was the origin of our oldest fears? There is something in the ocean that awakens a type of fear unlike any other. It is not the same as fear of heights or fear of the darkness. It is something deeper, older, interwoven into the very fabric of human consciousness. Since we have existed, we have told stories of creatures that lurk under the waves, of horrors that await in the abyss, of things that should not be approached, much less disturbed. But where do these fears come from? The fear of the depths did not arise in modern times, nor was it the result of simple maritime superstition. It goes back to the dawn of civilization and has been transmitted through the myths and legends of almost all ancient cultures. The Babylonians spoke of Tiamat, the primordial goddess of the sea, a chaotic force that existed before creation itself. The Norse feared Jormungandr, the world serpent that lay coiled under the ocean, waiting for the day when it would rise and cause the end of the world. The Greeks spoke of the Leviathan, the great beast of the depths, capable of swallowing entire ships. Even cultures separated by great distances and without contact with each other seem to share the same fundamental idea, that the ocean was home to things that escaped human understanding, things that did not belong in the world of men. And maybe they were right. In recent years, scientific discoveries have forced us to reconsider what we think we know about the depths. Life in the ocean does not follow the same rules as life on land. The creatures of the deep sea have evolved in ways that defied logic, developing biological adaptations that make them seem almost otherworldly. There are fish that produce their own light, creatures that generate electricity, organisms that survive under pressure so extreme that they would crush the human body in an instant. And then there are the truly inexplicable discoveries, the anomalies that suggest that something even stranger could lurk under the waves. Take, for example, the case of the bloop, one of the most famous unexplained sounds ever recorded. Detected in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the bloop was an ultra-low frequency sound so powerful that it was picked up by multiple hydrophones more than 3,000 miles away. At first, scientists believe it could be the cry of some huge, unknown marine creature, much larger than any other recorded in history. But when the sound was analyzed, it did not match the vocal patterns of any known animal. Some researchers speculated that it could have been caused by the displacement of icebergs or by underwater seismic activity. But these explanations were never confirmed. However, what made the bloop really disturbing was its similarity to biological sounds. Whatever produced it, it seemed alive. The bloop is not an isolated event. Over the years, similar and unexplained sounds have been recorded throughout the ocean. Some resemble mechanical pulses, others distorted and inhuman voices. These sounds come from some of the deepest and most unexplored regions of the sea, places where no known human technology exists, places where a manned expedition has never arrived. If something unknown is producing these sounds, what is it? There are those who believe that the deep sea harbors a completely independent branch of life, an evolutionary path that's separated from the rest of the planet's biology millions, perhaps even billions of years ago. Unlike the creatures we know, animals, plants, fungi, this unknown life could be something fundamentally different, something that does not need sunlight or oxygen, something that has existed in complete isolation since the dawn of time. What if these beings are the reason why our ancestors feared the sea? The idea is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Let's think about how little we know about the cognitive abilities of marine life. Octopuses, for example, are among the most intelligent creatures on Earth, possessing problem-solving skills, memory, and even what some researchers describe as alien consciousness. They're capable of camouflaging themselves in such an advanced way that they can alter their texture to blend into their environment. Some scientists have speculated that if intelligence had evolved in an aquatic environment instead of on solid ground, it could develop completely differently from human cognition. What if something even more intelligent is down there? It is not unthinkable that creatures of the deep sea may possess forms of intelligence we do not recognize. An intelligence not based on speech, vision, or even the physical senses we know. If something had evolved in the ocean for millions of years without human interference, it would have had time to develop methods of communication, thought structures, and even entire civilizations that function according to principles we cannot even imagine. And if such a civilization existed, why would it reveal itself to us? The more we explore the ocean, the more things we find that shouldn't exist, things defying our understanding of biology and physics. There are jellyfish that can regenerate indefinitely, creatures that live without any discernible source of energy, beings that thrive in environments that should be totally uninhabitable. Some of the strangest discoveries are so unusual that they almost seem designed to evade detection. Translucent fish, invisible predators, entities that move just out of range of our cameras as if aware of our presence and decided to remain hidden. There is a pattern in the stories, the myths, the encounters, the ancient texts that speak of gods and monsters that inhabit under the waves, the unexplained disappearances, the anomalies recorded by sonar, the strange sounds that come from the depths. They all point to the same terrifying possibility. The ocean is not empty. There is something down there, something that has always been there, something that doesn't want us to know it exists. Perhaps the fear we feel when we look at the ocean is not irrational. Perhaps it is not just the fear of drowning or the fear of the unknown. Perhaps it is something much older, a memory buried deep in the human mind, a warning passed down from generation to generation, a warning that we should never have ventured into the depths because these are already occupied, and those who live there are still watching us. Part 32. The Silent Observers. Have they always been watching us? There is a presence in the ocean that defies all explanation, a sensation, a weight, something that remains in the abyss just out of our reach. It is not the familiar fear of drowning, nor awareness of our own vulnerability in the immensity of the sea. It is something more, something much older, something interwoven into the subconscious of humanity itself. It is the feeling that we are being watched. Since men have sailed the seas, they return with stories of strange encounters, of visions of vast, unexplained forms moving under the waves, of lights that do not belong to this world, of whispers in the wind that seem to arise from the water itself. Sailors have long spoken of the feeling that invisible eyes are watching them from below, a presence neither friendly nor hostile, but ancient, patient, expectant. At first, these accounts seem like nothing more than folklore, a product of an overflowing imagination, of lonely nights at sea. But as these stories accumulate in different cultures, over centuries and across vast distances where communication was not possible, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. They all describe the same thing, a silent force in the ocean, which does not make itself known, but never completely leaves. It does not act, it does not interfere, but it is there. The accounts vary in the details, but one element remains constant, the feeling of being watched. In 1492, Cristobal Colon recorded a disturbing vision in the navigation log of his ship. Strange lights in the water that moved with inexplicable intelligence. The lights, which he described as bright orbs, seemed to follow his ship for hours, disappearing below the surface each time his crew tried to observe them closely. The incident was dismissed as a natural phenomenon, but those who were there spoke of a disturbing presence, something that seemed alive. Modern sailors also report similar experiences in certain regions of the ocean, especially in the deepest and unexplored trenches. Crews have described lights that behave unnaturally, as if responding to observation. These lights flicker, change, and move in a way that no bioluminescent organism should be able to. They seem too structured, too deliberate, too aware. Some believe these lights are nothing more than unknown deep-sea creatures, species yet to be classified. Biological anomalies producing signals confused with intelligence. But the way they move and react suggests something more. What if they're not simply creatures? What if they're probes? The idea of an intelligent species observing us from the ocean isn't as far-fetched as it seems. Human civilization has spent the last century developing sophisticated technology for the deep sea, designing submersibles capable of withstanding the crushing pressures of the abyss. But what if we are not first to do so? If an intelligent species had evolved under the ocean, or if something had settled there long before humans set foot on Earth, it would have had millions, perhaps even billions of years to develop a technology beyond our understanding. And if it had mastered the depths, it would have no need to come to the surface or reason to reveal itself, no obligation to acknowledge our existence. Some theorists believe strange encounters with unidentified submerged objects, USOs, could evidence this unseen intelligence. Unlike UFOs, which have been documented in the skies for decades, USOs seem to defy the laws of physics in a different way. They move through the water at speeds that should be impossible, accelerating faster than any known marine vessel. In addition, they change direction abruptly, as if responding to something unseen, some unknown force guiding them. In 2019, the United States Navy declassified a series of encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena, some of which had been observed emerging from the ocean, rising into the sky before disappearing. The pilots reported seeing ships without visible propulsion, heat signals, or detectable engines. The objects defied radar tracking, moving in ways that should not have been possible, and yet they came from the sea. If these objects aren't extraterrestrial, what are they? Could this be the technology of something that has been here much longer than us? Some researchers suggest the deepest parts of the ocean may harbor hidden bases, structures beneath the waves, where unknown entities operate away from human interference. These structures, if they exist, would explain repeated sightings of anomalous ships rising from the depths before disappearing into the sky. One of these areas of interest is the Puerto Rico Trench, one of the deepest parts of the Atlantic Ocean. Military sonars have detected huge, moving anomalies in the trench. objects that seem to emerge from impossible depths before disappearing into the abyss. The region is also known for strange electromagnetic disturbances where navigation instruments fail, compasses spin erratically, and communication signals are lost. If something is down there, it doesn't want to be found. But what if it isn't simply hiding? What if it's watching? In the late 1960s, Soviet Navy officers reported a disturbing series of encounters in the Pacific. Submarines repeatedly detected large, unidentified contacts moving beneath them, traveling at speeds no known ship could match. The submarine operators described the objects as incredibly fast, their movements almost instantaneous. On multiple occasions, the Soviet submarines tried chasing the objects, only to discover they were also being followed. The objects didn't attack or show hostility. They simply watched the submarines, matching their movements with disturbing precision before finally disappearing. One captain, shocked by the experience, later commented that it seemed as if they had entered someone's territory, a territory that had always been occupied but had never been recognized. What if these sightings aren't isolated incidents? What if there's a presence in the ocean that's been watching us from the beginning? Think of the immensity of the sea, of the immense regions that we have never explored, of the countless places where an unknown intelligence could exist undetected. If something has lived in the ocean long before humans, it may have seen us evolve, spread across the land, build ships, and dare to cross its waters. Perhaps it has never intervened because it has never needed to. But what if something's changing? During the last century, human activity has reached further into the ocean than ever. We've exploited the seabed, drilled underwater mountains, and explored deep trenches with robotic probes. If there is something in the ocean that has remained hidden for eons, perhaps it is beginning to realize that its anonymity is no longer guaranteed. Perhaps that's why reports of unidentified underwater objects have increased in recent years. Perhaps that's why military encounters with unidentified underwater ships have become more frequent, aggressive, and persistent. And if this intelligence, whatever it is, has spent millennia observing, recording, and learning, then we must ask ourselves one last question. What will happen when it decides to stop observing and finally makes itself known? Part 33. The depths. Remember, are we the first civilization or next? The ocean has existed for billions of years, changing, rising, falling, reshaping the world around it. It has swallowed entire continents, erased land masses from history, hidden time scars under its waves. In the great scale of the history of the Earth, human civilization is barely a flash, a brief flash of light in an extension of darkness that otherwise is infinite. We believe that we are on the cusp of intelligence on this planet, the first species to build cities, explore, question, and seek answers beyond our own existence. But what if we are not the first? For centuries, there have been stories and legends transmitted by cultures around the world about civilizations that preceded us, more advanced than we can understand, now lost under the sea. Atlantis, Lemuria, the submerged temples of the Pacific, the flooded cities of which ancient sailors spoke. They are dismissed as myths, as exaggerations, as symbolic tales meant to explain natural disasters. And yet, as we explore more deeply, as we discover more of what was believed forgotten long ago, the question becomes harder to ignore. What if these stories are not myths? What if they are warnings? There are ruins under the sea that defy explanation, structures that, according to all indications, should not exist since they are at depths that would have required sophisticated engineering for construction. The monument of Yanaguni, off the coast of Japan, with its precisely carved steps and impossibly aligned terraces. The Bimini Road, near the Bahamas, a series of enormous stone slabs that resemble an ancient causeway and now lie silently under the waves. The Gulf of Komiya, where sonar scanners revealed the remains of what could be a city older than any known civilization. A city that, if confirmed, would rewrite human history. Conventional archaeology dismisses these findings, offering explanations based on natural formations, coincidences of erosion, or misplaced artifacts. But some researchers argue that the evidence is too compelling, too precise, too deliberate. If an advanced civilization existed before written history, then rising sea levels and tectonic plate movements could have hidden all trace of its existence, burying its greatest achievements under thousands of meters of water. But if they were truly advanced, if they had knowledge beyond what we possess today, where did they go? Some believe that they were annihilated, destroyed in a catastrophe so immense that it restarted civilization itself. The Great Flood appears in the myths of almost all ancient cultures, a story of water rising, of land sinking, of the world before being swept away in a moment of divine judgment. Whether it was a natural disaster, a change in the planet's climate, or something completely different, the effect was the same. The world changed. The ancient civilizations disappeared and humanity began again, forgetting what had existed before. But what if they were not all lost? If an ancient civilization had time to prepare, if it had the means to escape destruction, then it could have sought refuge in the only place that remained intact, the ocean itself. We assume that human progress advances in a straight line from primitive beginnings to modern technology. But history is not that simple. It is cyclical. Empires arise, empires fall, knowledge is acquired and then lost. What if the civilization that preceded us was not primitive at all? What if they had reached a level of knowledge that we can only dream of? If they had mastered bioengineering, adaptation, and manipulation of their own bodies to survive in extreme conditions, perhaps they did not disappear. Perhaps they became something else. Let's think about how little we know of the ocean depths. We have only explored a small part. The rest remains a mystery, an unexplored abyss that could hide secrets we have never imagined. If a civilization had retreated there, had adapted, had changed over generations to become something that no longer resembled what we call human, then it would not need to return to the surface. It would not need air, light, or the fragile structures of terrestrial cities. It would have evolved into something completely different and perhaps has been watching us ever since. Throughout history, there are scattered stories of encounters with beings from the sea. The Dune tribe of West Africa speaks of Anamo, amphibious beings who came from the depths to teach humanity the secrets of the stars. The ancient texts of Mesopotamia describe Oans, a divine figure who emerged from the ocean to share knowledge with the first civilizations, only to retreat again under the waves. In almost every corner of the world, there are legends about beings that inhabit the depths, separated from humanity, but somehow connected to us. Could these myths be echoes of something real? Could they be the remains of an era in which the surface world and the oceanic world were not so separated? Even today, the encounters continue. The fishermen tell of creatures that should not exist. Glimpses of humanoid figures that move in the depths and disappear before they can be seen completely. Some describe having heard sounds under their boats, strange voices that whisper through the water, signals that cannot be explained. And then the boats that vanish. For centuries, vessels have vanished in mysterious circumstances. The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea off Japan, countless minor disappearances scattered across the ocean. Some can be explained by natural forces, storms, giant waves, human errors, but others defy all logic. The crews vanish, but their boats remain completely intact. No distress signal is ever sent. It's as if they were snatched, torn from existence by something unseen. What if these disappearances aren't accidents? If there is something in the ocean that precedes us, something that has lived in the abyss for millennia, then perhaps it has no reason to fear. Perhaps it sees us not as equals, but intruders. Perhaps the ocean isn't ours to explore. It is theirs, and they simply tolerate our presence. But what if they begin to change their minds? In the last century, human technology advanced at an unprecedented rate. We've sent submarines to depths never reached before. We have mapped parts of the ocean floor previously inaccessible. We have begun to reveal secrets that have remained hidden for eons. And if they are watching, then they've seen this. Maybe they were content to let us believe we were alone. Maybe they didn't see us as a threat until now. But as we dig deeper, as we advance further, as we get closer to the places they have kept hidden, they may no longer have the option of remaining silent. What will happen when we go too far? If there's an intelligence in the ocean, one that has existed long before us, then it has had time to study us, to learn our weaknesses, and to prepare for the moment when we inevitably discover the truth. Perhaps we have reached that point already. Perhaps that is why the sightings increase. Perhaps that is why we see more unidentified objects emerging from the sea, moving with impossible precision, disappearing before we grasp what they are. They are not revealing themselves. They are giving a warning. And if we ignore that warning, we will soon discover we were never the first civilization on this planet. But we could be the next to fall. Part 34. The Final Threshold. What happens when we finally cross that line? Since humans began exploring the ocean, we have treated it as an untamed frontier, a place to conquer, navigate, and exploit. We have sent ships to its surface, drilled into its depths, and probed its hidden trenches. However, try as we might, the ocean remains a force beyond our control. It takes what it wants. It gives nothing back and keeps its secrets with an iron grip. We have always considered ourselves its masters, believing it's only a matter of time before we discover everything hidden under its waves. But what if we are not the ones setting the rules? The ocean is unlike the land. It does not allow itself to be mapped or claimed as continents do. It is fluid, changing, always in motion, never completely ours. It has never belonged to us, and perhaps it never will. But what if it's not just wild, untamed nature? What if there is something in the depths that has drawn the borders long before we arrived? Some places in the ocean seem to resist exploration in ways that go beyond natural obstacles. There are trenches too deep, caves too vast, structures hidden under layers of darkness that seem almost deliberately concealed. In these places, our technology often fails. The sonar returns confusing readings. The compasses spin in endless circles. Submarines designed to withstand crushing pressures are suddenly rendered useless by forces we cannot explain. It's almost as if something doesn't want us there. And yet we keep going. In the last century, our advances in the exploration of the deep sea have accelerated at an unprecedented rate. We have sent unmanned vehicles to the Mariana Trench, capturing images of landscapes that look like alien worlds. We have detected inexplicable heat signatures at depths where volcanic activity should not exist. We have recorded sounds so unnatural, so out of place, that they defy classification. Bursts of frequencies that do not resemble any known marine life. Pulses too rhythmic, too intentional. What if we are no longer just observing? What if we are interfering? There are unverified, classified reports that are whispered in the circles of those who were closest to the ocean, of expeditions that have stopped communicating, of research missions that have returned with missing crew members. Inexplicable damage, records altered or erased. There are even stranger rumors, stories that never reach the surface, of submersibles that descend and never return, of signals lost in the abyss, of divers reporting something moving just beyond the reach of their lights before their transmissions cut out. These stories are always dismissed. Equipment failures, psychological stress, misidentification of natural marine life. But there are too many testimonies, too many details that coincide between people who have never met, who work in different parts of the world and experience the same inexplicable things. And then there is the pattern. Every time we go deeper, the inexplicable activity increases. More sightings of unidentified submerged objects. More military encounters with high-speed anomalies that defy known technology. More interference in communication systems, as if something were interfering with signals, watching what we do, monitoring our progress. From all this arises a disturbing possibility. What if we are not discovering the ocean? What if we are invading its territory? The rules of the land are clear. The borders are drawn. Nations define their territories. Laws dictate who can go where. But the ocean has no laws, at least not for us. But what if it has them for them? What if there has always been an invisible order under the waves, a structure of which we have never been aware? What if, without realizing it, we are breaking that order? Throughout history, when explorers arrived in lands already inhabited, the results were often devastating. Cultures clashed, wars were fought, entire civilizations were erased from existence, whether by violence, disease, or pure imbalance of power. Those who arrived considered themselves superior, believing they had the right to claim what they found. But for those who were already there, those invaders were a threat, something to be dealt with before they took too much. If there is something in the ocean, something older than us, more advanced than us, something that considers itself the rightful inhabitant of this world, what would it think of us? Would it see us as explorers? Or would it see us as intruders? And if we are intruders, how long will it allow us to remain unchecked? Perhaps for thousands of years they didn't care. We were small, insignificant terrestrial creatures, barely touching the ocean surface. But now we are digging deeper, sending our machines to places where light has never reached, gathering knowledge that should never have been discovered. We have treated the ocean as an unclaimed void, a resource to plunder, a mystery to solve. But if there has always been something else there, then the ocean is not unclaimed. It is occupied, and we're getting too close. Imagine for a moment that the unknown civilization that lurks under the waves, if it exists, is not waiting for us to find it. Imagine that they are waiting for us to reach a threshold, a point at which we have gone too far, where our knowledge becomes too great, where our presence becomes a violation, not an inconvenience. If we cross that threshold, then what will happen next? There is a terrifying possibility that few have dared consider. What if they're not just observing? What if they have already begun preparing for our arrival? We assume that any hidden force in the ocean, any intelligence, any species beyond our own, is limited to observing, studying, and remaining hidden. But what if, in their eyes, we have already crossed the line? What if the disappearances, anomalies, interferences are not just warnings? What if they are preventive measures? The biggest mistake in the history of humanity may be believing that we are alone in our oceans. Because if we are not alone, if there is something else down there, then the ocean is not a mystery waiting to be solved. It is a border that we never should have crossed. And if we do, we may discover the ocean is not only deep, it is protected, and those who protect it may not be willing to share it.